so we have no idea if it works or not.
We have an idea because we see the level there.
Perfect. Well, we don't care about the stream, so if it doesn't work, that's okay. Still need to hold it though. So, okay, should we start? Well, it's blinking, so that's good. Okay, well, welcome everybody to WineConf. Woo! It's been a while. It's been 3 years since the last WineConf. So it's very nice to see all of you. Well, not quite see you because of the masks, but I know you're here. So my plan is to do the usual keynote. So most of you have seen this like 10 or 15 times already. First, I will describe some of the achievements since last WineConf. So this time it's a lot of achievements since it's been 3 years. Going to talk a little bit about the PE conversion, which is one of the major things we've been working on for many years. Already had that on the slides for the last WineConf, so it's taken a long time. It wouldn't be a keynote without some meaningless graphs, so there will be the usual meaningless graphs. And then shortly talk a little bit about the upcoming 8.0 release. And then I'm hoping to do a question session. There was a suggestion at last WineConf that maybe we should do kind of open-ended questions where you can ask anything, preferably about wine. But so that you can ask that later. So yeah, I'm going to try to leave some time for that. You know I always talk too much, but this time I try to leave some time. So what did we achieve since last WineConf? Well, we've had 3 stable releases since we are now doing stable release every year, so 3 years, 3 releases. It's a nice change from back in the days where we would sometimes have 3 WineConf without a release. So this time we have 3 releases for 1 WineConf. The stable releases were pretty good, I think. The process is working well. We have fixed a lot of issues every time during the code freeze. So I think the quality of our stable releases is pretty good. Definitely much better than the development releases. So it's useful to have these releases, and we'll continue doing it that way, 1 stable release every year, unless people scream that they want to do it differently. So we've been working on the PE conversion. I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. We have Vulkan backend in Direct3D, which is called Damavan for some reason. We have many more improvements in Direct3D. There will be a presentation about that from Zeb. I don't know. She's not here. So I'm not going to talk about that. Anyway, I have no idea what these D3D guys are doing, so I couldn't talk about it. We worked on the multi-monitor support, which is working fairly well now. I believe even with games, even with Vulkan, I think it's working really well. Also related, we have the theming infrastructure is all in place. We have a default theme for wine now. So it no longer looks like Windows 95. It looks much nicer. That's all thanks to GE, who's not here today either. We've made, so they hear us. So yeah, we've made a lot of improvements for Unicode support. especially for the new Unicode characters that are being added all the time to the Unicode standard. And the fact that the default character size on Windows is 16-bit, so it's kind of tricky to support the new characters that are beyond 16-bit. So we have done work for that, and we now support all the new Unicode characters. And we have better support than Windows, actually. Unicode tables are way more up-to-date than the Windows ones. And we have support for the UTF-8 code page, which is a new feature of Windows. Instead of using all the crappy DOS code pages, they finally had the brilliant idea of using UTF-8 as a code page. UTF-8 has, of course, the advantage that you can represent all the Unicode characters in the code page. So it's a big improvement. They should have done that 20 years ago. We wouldn't have all that trouble with code pages, but now this is supported. So for instance, for people who are porting applications, they no longer need to convert everything to the Unicode calls. They can simply select UTF-8 code page and everything works fine, which is the right way of doing it. And we have a new text console again. Microsoft has changed the console support to be much more like Unix, no doubt because of the Windows Linux subsystem. And so we are taking advantage of that to also, we've redone the console and it now works much better when running a console application inside a Unix terminal, because the API is much closer to Unix. Other things we've done, we have the X.Audio support has been redone based on the F-Audio library, which is basically an X.Audio implementation. So it's very easy once we have the F-Audio library. There has been a ton of work on the Media Foundation classes using GStreamer for all the video, audio conversions, and this was in large part driven by games. Many games have intro videos, things like that use all kinds of different codecs and all kinds of strange things. So it's now working a lot better. Lots of video are playing correctly, sometimes upside down, but that's a detail. Also driven by gaming, of course, the raw input, support for controllers, gaming controller, joysticks, Steam Decks, things like that, including USB support for USB devices. So that also works really well now. And we have improvements in .NET support in the WineMono package, particularly the WPF, so the Windows Presentation Framework, I think. No, WPF. Basically, it's what is used in .NET application for user interface. And for a long time, we thought we would have to re-implement all of that, which is a huge mess. But fortunately, lately, Microsoft open sourced most of WPF. So we've been able to include that in WineMono and re-implement the few TLS that they didn't open source. So that's very nice. I wish they would do that for other parts of Windows. And finally, we switched to GitLab. Yay. Everybody's happy, except maybe a few. We also have a session about GitLab this afternoon, I think, so I'm not going to go further into that for now. So that's all for current achievements. A lot of things. So I'm going to talk a little about the PE conversion that we've been working on for 4 years, 5 years, I don't know. So the main motivation was, of course, copy protection and the anti-cheat and all the fancy strange things that games are doing to prevent you from cheating and copying the game. Not that I think it works, but they are in particular being very careful about checking whether you modify the system libraries. So we need the system libraries to look exactly like the real thing, which is the reason we want to build them as PE, so that they look identical, and importantly, the files on disk are the same that the code that's running in memory, which is what these apps are checking, and there's no way of doing that if we build Wine as ELF libraries, because of course we cannot give the app an ELF library and hope it will understand it. So the files on disk never match what's running, and that breaks a lot of copy protection. And then the other goal is to have an explicit boundary between the Windows code, which is then running as PE, and the Unix code, which is in an ELF library, and which makes calls to Unix system libraries. In the previous scheme, we would simply build ELF libraries, so we could freely call Unix function, Windows functions, all mixed up. With the new architecture, we have to clearly separate. Inside the PE code, we can only call Windows functions. Inside the Unix code, we can only call Unix functions. This allows us to do a number of interesting things. One is swapping the thread register. As you may know, some of you may know, the thread register is using on x86 a segment register, so the FS and GS segment registers are used for that. And on Linux, everything works fine, because we use FS and the C library uses GS, or the other way around for 64-bit. But on macOS, it's always using GS. So we cannot use GS for thread information because the macOS C library is using it. So having the boundary will make it possible for us to swap. When we are running inside Windows, we use the Windows GS register. And when calling to Unix, we switch to the Unix GS register. So that will finally make things like the Chrome embedded framework work properly on macOS, because it's doing all kind of strange things with the GS register. We have the same issue on ARM, actually. ARM 64-bit is using on Windows the X18 register for thread information, but that's not used on the Unix side, so we again have to restore the thread register every time we come back to Windows. And it allows us to do 34-bit on 64-bit. So again, having a boundary makes it possible to convert from 32 to 64-bit at that boundary. So we'll have all the Windows code running as PE 32-bit. And then when we switch to Unix, you can also switch to 64-bit. That will make it possible to run 32-bit applications without having any 32-bit Unix libraries. On a pure 64-bit system, we should still be able to run 32-bit applications. That's, of course, mostly important on macOS, because macOS no longer has 32-bit libraries. But on Linux, it will also become important. Linux distros would also like to get rid of all the 32-bit libraries. So that will become necessary. And finally, it also potentially makes it possible to do CPU emulation. So we can, for instance, run x86 binaries on ARM. Again, because we have a boundary, so on the Windows side, we'd run x86 code under the CPU emulator. And at the point we cross into the Unix side, then we leave the emulator, and the Unix side would be native ARM binary. So it makes a lot of interesting things possible. And finally, it makes it possible to use Windows debuggers to debug the code running on the Wine, because now everything is PE, so Windows debuggers can understand also the wine libraries. So you can trace into the wine code and see what's going on. You can have debug symbols from the PE files. And because, again, we have this boundary, so the Windows debuggers are never going to see the Unix side. Once we switch to Unix, it's no longer visible to Windows debuggers, so you can step through the code and do everything like you would on Windows, and the Unix code never interferes with that. So, how far did we get with the PE conversion? At this point, we have all the modules converted except the OpenGL library. So it's very close to being done. We have a total of like 900 modules, so it's 0.1% not done yet. Of course, OpenGL is not the easiest to do, which is why it's the last one that remains. We also still have some issue with the PostScript driver that has been converted to PE, but it's still using the GDI device interface, which actually bypasses the Windows Unix boundary. So we also need to fix that. We have implemented the anti-system call interface. So all the functions that are system call on Windows are almost a system call on Wine. Of course, we don't do an actual system call because we don't switch to the kernel, but we have thunks that look exactly like a Windows syscall, which is important. A lot of applications check that or try to hook system calls. So it's very important to have a very similar system call interface. We have Unix libraries. So as I mentioned, now we have proper separation. So when a PE library has to call to Unix, it needs to call into a separate Unix library. We can no longer do everything inside the same module. So we have a set of Unix libraries for things that have to go through Unix. We have about 35 of them. So out of 900 modules, we have only 35 modules that actually need Unix calls. So that makes it a lot easier. For instance, if we do 32 and 64, there are only 35 libraries where we need to add thunking instead of 900. So yeah, we have added 32 to 64 thunks so that we can, as I mentioned, run 32-bit code on 64-bit. That's not quite finished yet. There are still a couple of libraries that are missing the thunks, but it's almost done. Thunks are done for all the NT calls, all the user calls, and most of the other Unix libraries are done. And we've added a bunch of libraries that are now bundled with the Wine code. The reason for doing that is that there are a number of libraries like libpng or libxml that we use to use the Unix version of the Unix library, but these are libraries that basically just do data processing. So there's no real reason to call to Unix for that. So now we bundle the libraries and we build them as PE. So when processing a PNG file or an XML file, we never leave the PE code. We never have to code to Unix. So that makes it a lot more practical for like debuggers and 32 and 64, where we don't need to convert 32 to 64 all the time just for loading a PNG file. And finally, we also have support for remote debuggers. So you can debug your applications running on Wine from a Windows machine for people who like developing on Windows. I'm not one of them, but. So yeah, the PE conversion is, as you can see, almost done. Sadly, I don't think it will be fully done for 8.0, but at least OpenGL is probably. You can cry. I cried as well. It's sad. It's very sad. But this way I can talk about p-conversion for the next WineConf. So we now get to the meaningless graphs part of the talk. The most meaningless graph is the lines of code that I'm showing at every WineConf since 2002, I guess. And this time, as you can see, it's even more meaningless than usual because there's a big jump in lines of code, which is, of course, all the bundled libraries that we imported. So that's not actually wine code, that's libxml code and libpng code. I could have filtered that out, but it's meaningless anyway, so just looks nice. So another meaningless stats is the number of commits. Again, for every month, we see the number of commits that went in. So we've seen a huge bump in like 2008-9. Then it fell back down, and now it's steadily going up again. Especially in the very last spike, that's after the release of 7.0. A lot of people were doing development, doing code freeze instead of fixing bugs. So then they sent in everything after 7.0 release. So it created a big spike. It's probably not the most commits we had in a month, but it's close. So yeah, activity is picking up. The next meaningless, well, not that meaningless, the number of regressions. So the graph shows how many regressions were added or removed in a given month. You can see we are mostly adding regressions, but from time to time, that is every time we do a stable release, we do a code freeze, and then we fix the regressions. So that's why you see all these negative lines. That's when we fix regressions, and you can see the last drop for the Wine 7.0 release is the one time we fixed the most regressions. So it was actually very, very good release. We fixed a ton of regressions at that point. And after the release was out, we added a ton of regressions. That's all the commits that were on the previous graph. The more commits we have, the more regressions we have. So yeah, we are going to have to bring that down back again for 8.0. So this shows the number of regressions we had at the time we released. So the regressions that are remaining when we release. Of course, we would like that to be at 0, but maybe we'll get there someday. But what we see is between 4.0 and 5.0, then 5.0, 6.0, the number of regressions was increasing. So even though we fixed a lot of them, we didn't fix all of the new regressions. And for 7.0, for the first time, we actually decreased the number of remaining regressions. So we made progress. That's very encouraging. And the last bar is the number of regressions we have today. So as you can see, we have some work to do for 8.0 to bring that back down. And my hope is that we can bring it down lower than with 7.0. So we have about 75 regressions to fix during code freeze. I hope none of you are planning to go on Christmas vacations. I'm going on Christmas vacation, but you should be fixing regressions. So the plans for the release. So as usual, we'll do a code freeze in early December and fix regressions, and a final release sometime in January. So because we are doing these time-based release, I cannot really make plans. I mean, we will release with whatever we have at that point, but there are still a few things that I would like to see fixed for 8.0. It's in 2 months, so we can be too ambitious. I'm hoping we can fix the PE, the PostScript driver to be properly PE. As I mentioned, it's still bypassing the Windows Unix boundary for the GDI interface, so I'm hoping we can fix that, have it properly done for 8.0. We still won't have OpenGL, but at least we'll have everything else as proper PE files. I'm hoping to fix the WAR64 build system, because at the moment, as I mentioned, you can potentially run 32-bit applications without 32-bit libraries, but the build system doesn't support building the 32-bit part only as PE. So currently you need the 32-bit libraries when building. You don't need them when running, but that doesn't make much sense. So I'm hoping to fix that so that we can also build the 32-bit side without having any 32-bit support on the build machine. I'm hoping that we can merge VKD3D. As you may know, VKD3D is now doing a release every 3 months, so we are trying to synchronize that so that the 1.6 release happens just before code freeze, so we can merge that and test during code freeze, also test the new VKD3D and maybe find regressions there. There are no regressions, right, in VKD3D? No, okay, good. And finally, so more like a cosmetic issue. Didn't mention that earlier, but we have always had an issue with the long type. In Unix 64-bit, long type is 64-bit, but on Windows, for some reason, long is always 32-bit. So for a long time, we had to avoid using long because of the different meanings between Windows and Unix. But with the PE conversion, we can now finally use long on the Windows side, where it will be 32-bit, which means we can make all the type definitions match the Windows ones. So that's pretty trivial change because it's always 32-bit, so it doesn't change the resulting code. But changing to long means we need to change all the printf formats. Every time you have a %d, it needs to become a %ld. So we have fixed that all over the code base, but there are a few remaining modules where that's not finished yet. So I'm hoping we can finish that, clean everything up. It's especially important to Michael because all the printf format changes make it very hard to cherry pick patches into the stable release. That's why we haven't had a 7.0.1 release yet, because we changed all the printf strings, and so then it's very hard for Michael. He's not here today to complain, but if he were here, he would complain. So that's all I have for 8.0 release. Hopefully we can do these small things in the next 2 months. And then start code freeze. Any questions? Any questions, like I said, about anything? About Jeremy's patches? Good question. Next one. Yes. Well, I think Piotr promised to do the PostScript drivers. That's a good start. I'll do the build system. Then, well, for the long types, that's the D3D guys. The TLS that are not finished yet are all D3D. So, yes, question. I have to repeat the question, I guess. Yes. So the question is for x86 on ARM, whether we looked at the FEX emulator. Yes, I think Stefan had a look at that at some point, and he seemed fairly pleased with how it was working. Stefan was working on a project that he called Hangover, which was kind of doing x86 on ARM the hard way, so doing it at the DLL boundary. Now that we have the PE stuff and the proper Unix boundary, yeah, the next step is to try to use FEX, to plug FEX into that interface and see how it works. I haven't done that yet, but yeah, I'm planning to. And hopefully it will work. I mean, it should be fairly easy now. It was really painful when Stefan was doing it because of the tens of thousands of APIs, but now that we have only a few entry points, it should be fairly easy.
I recently asked Stefan, but he told me that he hasn't done a lot of work on that recently.
No, I know he played with that, I don't know, a year or so ago. I don't think he has checked recently. I haven't checked how FEX has improved since then, so that would be interesting to try.
There's a question online. Long type conversion on PE only or Unix libs as well?
So question is long type conversion, is it only on PE or also on Unix? It's technically only on PE because the long types are 32-bit only on the PE side. So we have some if-defs that make the types different on the Unix side. The Unix side long is still 64-bit, of course, so we cannot use long. So we still use ints on that side, which kind of makes it interesting for the printf formats. The same type is printed differently whether you're on the Windows side or on the Unix side. Yes? So the question is whether we use something like coccinelle for the printf format conversion. We didn't this time. We actually, coccinelle is Michael's specialty. He's not here today, but he actually used that last time when we converted printf formats the other way around. Because when we were doing only 32-bit, we could use long and int the right way because everything was 32-bit. So once we started implementing 64-bit, we had to switch long back to int because the Unix long was 64-bit. So we changed all the printf formats. And now that we are switching to PE, we are switching all the printf formats back to using long. But this time we didn't use coccinelle for that. We had a couple of simple scripts, just replace formatting strings. It wasn't that painful. It was less painful than the last time. Not sure why, but probably we're not printing that many types that have been changed. And we have a lot of helper function, excuse me, a lot of helper functions to print stuff. So it wasn't that painful this time. Other questions? Yes.
I saw someone online mention OpenAL. I think that's not converted yet, but the plan is to remove that. Is that risky at all, or what's happening there?
Yeah, so the question is about OpenAL, which is not converted to PE. Yes, the plan is to remove it because the native OpenAL is supposed to work. And I believe it's working fairly well. We added it because it was easy to map Windows OpenAL to Unix OpenAL. But if we have to do all the thunking and everything to call the Unix library, we might as well use the native OpenAL, which is not part of Windows. So if an application is using that, it has to ship it. So we might as well just use native one and not spend time on the PE conversion. But yeah, good point. It will have to be removed once P conversion is done. Yes.
You mentioned that the PE conversion should help with the anti-cheats. Will this help eventually with the kernel level anti-cheats? Because right now they have to ship with .so, also Linux native. And can we see that at some point using like the DLL version of the anti-cheats with the kernel level?
So the question is whether the anti-cheat systems for the Unix version of the anti-cheat is using a Unix library, whether that could use a Windows library. Well, in theory it could, but I think the idea is they have support on the kernel side. And you cannot call the Linux kernel from a PEDLL. So there needs to be a Unix library that you go through. So you first switch from PE to Unix, and then you can make the Unix syscall. If you try to run the Windows version of the anti-cheat, then it would make calls to the anti-cheat module that's in the Windows kernel, but we don't have that.
Could there be some kind of bridge between like the Windows kernel and the Linux kernel?
There could be, but they are using private IOCTLs, and we are not really supposed to know what they're doing. They don't want us to know. So
Yeah, I think the point is also that they want to be on the kernel.
and yes, of course, if we load the Windows module inside Wine, then it won't actually run in the kernel. It will all run in user space. So they won't be able to do the kind of things they want to do in a kernel. So they really want something in the kernel. So on Linux, it has to be in the Linux kernel. Other questions? Yes. Can't hear you. The question, I think, is about WineLib DLLs. Right. Yes, the plan is still to support WineLib DLLs where you can mix and match Windows and Unix calls, but that's not going to work everywhere. For instance, on ARM, you have to switch the thread register. There's no way of doing that if you mix Windows and Unix calls. So you can build a WineLib DLL for ARM, but it's not going to work properly. Yes. Yes, we are using MinGW or LLVM. Right. I think MinGW may become required at some point to build Wine itself. We still want to support GCC for WineLib applications, but it may be that we no longer support building the entirety of Wine only with GCC. Other questions? So the question is whether pure 32-bit Wine will continue to be supported. Probably not in the long term, because there simply won't be any 32-bit only OS that could run that. I mean, it will be supported, I guess, in configure in the make files, but probably no one will be building a pure 32-bit one. Yes.
One of your slides, you mentioned that there were some improvements to the Proton detection. Can you just elaborate more what were the
Good question. So the question is the raw input improvement. Not sure we have a session about that, but should probably ask some of the experts. I'm not an expert on raw input, but basically we've implemented all the modern Windows APIs like the HID layer, and we build direct input on top of HID and do everything the modern Windows way. They are, some of them are already in 7, but yeah, they are going to be in 8.0. They are in current Wine. I think it's mostly in good shape now, so it's in the current development of Wine and will be in 8.0. More questions? Yes.
So is there any special consideration that you those when it is running inside a container?
So the question is whether we do anything special when running inside a container. No, we don't know that we're running inside a container, so there's nothing in Wine that does anything different for running in a container. More questions? Well, thank you for your attention.
So yes, hello and welcome. This is the talk about Proton what lies the stream, and by that I mean all the custom patches that we have in Proton on top of Wine. So this is a state of experimental 7.0 branch as of August 26th. This is where I froze the thing because this branch is constantly being rebased. So it would not be very easy to keep up to date. So the numbers here are as accurate as possible, but maybe a little bit off. And like, what do I know? I'm just mopping the floors here. So let's see how many things we have on top of Wine 7.0. That's about 2,200 commits, which is kind of yikes, right? We try to diverge from the upstream as we try not to diverge from the upstream as much as we can, but that seems like the number is pretty awful. So let's see how many reverts we have. Okay, so 131 reverts, let's get rid of those. Then we also cherry pick a lot of commits from upstream, so that's 910. That's pretty good, getting the number pretty low. Then we have a bunch of fix-ups and amends. A lot of the amends are just cherry picks of the commits from upstream. So quite often the developer will push the commit to the Proton branch while working in parallel on upstreaming the changes. And usually when the change finally lands, people tend to create amend commits that just add the cherry pick tag, which is very helpful for rebases and tracking all of those. So we are getting there. So we will be left with about 1,000 commits after doing all the rebases and auto squash on top of the newest branch, on top of the Wines master. So that's still a lot. And let's see what are those 1,000 commits, right? So one of the biggest blocks that we can identify is all the fsync and esync work. So including all the fixes, that's about 140 commits. And we have this mysterious commits that's in the middle of that block, and I'm not sure what to do with it. It says this or something like this should go upstream. This is invalid behavior. So probably I should chase the person who made that and make sure that that's still the case. Then we've picked up a lot of commits from wine staging. So it's not only ports from wine staging to our repo. It's also quite often that something was initially developed for Proton, but doesn't quite fit upstream. Oh, you cannot hear that. Echo, yeah. So let me lower the volume here. Or however that works, that's not a touch screen, and I'm dumb. Okay, so is that any better? Okay, I tried to offset the roadwork that we have here going in the background, but that didn't help. Okay, so the idea is that not all the patches in the wine staging were picked up from the wine staging. Some of that stuff was developed in Proton by people working on Proton, and then it didn't quite went upstream. Because maybe they are in slightly rougher shape than they should be. So the upstreaming path is through wine staging. So they made their way into wine staging. So that's 47 commits, not that much, but as you can see, a lot of the series are there. So then there's the implementation of low fragmentation heap. It's 17 commits. Most of the cleanups are already upstream, which is very, very nice. So there's a lot of changes around how the allocators are designed, and those were upstreamed. The implementation haven't been yet though, and it needs a major rework to be upstream worthy. So this is something that Remy is looking into, as far as I know, but currently there are other more important things. But it's nicely pretty self-contained because all the changes that enabled making that are in mainline wine. Then we have a bunch of things that are here to enable gaming. So on Windows, there's this thing where the drivers install DLLs in your system and the games just expect them to be there. So there's a bunch of stuff from AMD. There's stuff from NVIDIA, like NVA API. So those two first DLLs are installed by AMD drivers. And a lot of games, if they see that you're running a certain graphics card with vendor of AMD, expect them to be there, like unconditionally. And some of the games crash, some of the games like half work. So I don't believe this is like they belong inline. So that's why we keep them downstream from there, because it's not a part of the core OS. And we keep on developing them. So AMD AGS is the biggest one with 38 commits. Then we have some commits from ATIDL. So this is like a display library, I believe. And there's also .NET Fix 35. This is like very cursed thing. I believe that modern versions of Windows actually detect that exe as well and skip installation pretending that it was successful. So it's cursed on Proton because we do that. We have a stub that just like, okay, we overwrite if you try to run .exe, that stub is run and we pretend it has succeeded, and Windows does the same thing as far as we know. So it's a very cursed thing. So yeah, those are just stubs to make things go. Luckily, the NVI API project that is built on top of the XVK is a completely separate library. So we don't have to carry that in the Wine repo, and it's separately maintained. We just sync up with that as one of the submodules. So then there's UI automation. So a lot of the patches already made it in. Probably some patches from this list also made it in since I started working on this presentation. So there's 33 commits that were still downstream, but that number is going down, and Connor is working really hard on making the number to go to 0, so which is greatly appreciated. So for the context, the UI automation is basically when you click on some controls, some stuff can happen. And the reason why it was developed for Proton was Steam Deck, and to have like on-screen keyboard pop up whenever you select a text field or things like that. That was one main driving force as far as I know. Then we have Vulkan child window rendering, which is also rather hacky and unperforming thing. I think it uses Xcomposite to render things. So that hopefully someday in the future will end up in upstream, but definitely in very, very different shape that we have that in Proton. Then there's a bunch of targeted Steam hacks. So those are things that also don't definitely belong to upstream Wine. This is things like making sure that we don't interact with Steam overlay when it's opened, that we don't capture like the keyboard inputs and pass them to the game whenever the Steam is open, that we have the ability to bridge the Linux Steam client to the Windows Steam client DLLs, that we handle the Steam controllers and Steam Deck input devices correctly. It's a lot of hacky things, and one of the things here is also the tap tip that I mentioned for on-screen keyboard on the Steam Deck. So most of that is just to make us work well with some interfaces that Steam Deck provides, and hopefully this will also, like, we'll have less of that stuff over the time as things get refined, but for now they're okay, and they definitely don't belong in upstream in that form or shape. Then we had a lot of work, thanks to Gabriel, to get Final Fantasy Launcher running. There's a lot of changes to WineGecko, a lot of changes to MS HTML and JavaScript implementations, and he's upstreaming all of that as far as I know, or at least most of the changes. And there's a lot that has already been upstreamed, but when I made this slide, that was still 110 commits of MS HTML and JavaScript changes that were living only in Proton. But yeah, I would like to see that number go much lower. Shared resources. So this is something that will probably not get upstreamed anytime soon because it has to provide some extra interfaces, and it's basically bound to VKD3D, Proton, and the XVK, and like need the changes in all of those three components and make sure that they can talk through that. The proper implementation would probably be much lower level driver stuff than we have here. but this is good enough and it's small enough and it's contained well enough to have it for now. And we have shared resources working, mostly. Yeah, thanks to Derek. Then we have a whole category of 48 commits, which is targeted game hacks. So basically, the game does something weird, and there's no easy way of fixing it in a sensible manner that will not break everything else beside that game. So basically, we will have to have a hack that either recognizes the game name, the Steam app ID, or something like that, and make sure that the behavior is altered only for that thing. So there are only 48 commits like that, and the most spicy thing I would say is the user32 changes. So those definitely have to be gated to a game. Everything else we will have a second look over time. But yeah, and one of the other categories of hacks that's interesting is hacks that we do in MS Core E. So this is the .NET runtime, and some games have like a weird thing with overriding names of the assemblies through static constructors, which Mono doesn't support and probably won't support anytime soon. So it requires a lot of hackery. Yeah, if you want to come and join me here and explain that. Okay. That would be appreciated.
Yeah, so actually what's going on there is .NET.
Just these two.
Okay.
These two. That one is for stream. That one is for yeah.
Oh, okay. .NET kind of allows you to link libraries, and the libraries aren't brought in until you actually use them. So there are some games that will link a library and they just don't ship it. And there are some subtleties there in terms of the way that you're referencing them, and Mono and .NET Framework are a little bit different, and Mono needs to load the library, .NET Framework doesn't. So what we do is we just build our own version, our own stub version of the library that has the thing that they're not really using and nothing else. And that allows it to load. Otherwise, it's really hard to get Mono to load things in the right way.
Okay, thank you. Put that in. Yeah. So, and I believe that there are also some games that use some tricks to change the name. So the assembly is existing under a different name, but since they are loaded only after they are required on .NET, so we will probably need to carry those hacks for those games for a very, very long time. What else? So there's a bunch of stuff that's dedicated to performance tuning. One of that is using shared pages. Just I can never use bypass compositor, alias, like some shared data. Yeah. So using shared data for handling a lot of keyboard and mouse stuff, because that has to go to a degree through Wine server, and that's a very expensive thing. So optimization for that was to make as much of that go through the shared data. The question is how much of that can eventually land in upstream. As far as I know, there were some upstreaming attempts of parts of this, but I'm not sure how far that has went. So that's something we'll have to look into. And there's just a bunch of things that are optimizing things whenever you're running with a full screen hack and like some smaller tweaks. So 57 commits of that. Then we've added a bunch of extra stuff that just makes us life easier while mostly debugging games. So this is just extra logging and debugging stuff, like extra SDL logging channel that adds microseconds to the timestamp, which is very good for some performance issues that we are facing, and making sure that we don't spam unnecessary messages, because quite often Proton users are seeing, like in Proton logs, error saying that OS OSK input filtering is broken, or there was this one about NTLM auth, and this is almost never an issue. But people tend to see first error, gravitate towards it, and then like there's a lot of confusion going on. So after that, we have a bunch of commits that people try to upstream, but they never were accepted in Wine. Most of them don't have any comments. Some of them have some comments saying, hey, any feedback? And nothing happens. So I'll probably chase those people again to make sure all of those are at least in GitLab, and maybe they will finally get upstreamed. So I think the number is pretty low, because a lot of the things, as I've mentioned before, almost 1,000 commits, if we look at it, are cherry picks from upstream, and most of those 1,000 commits were developed for Proton. So if you have only 13 commits that failed the upstreaming, I think that like that's a pretty good number, but we should definitely have another look at all of that stuff. Then we have a bunch of stuff that probably should get upstreamed, but I don't really know why it isn't. Maybe the people haven't bothered too much. There's 13 commits plus a bunch of bcrypt Diffie-Hellman stuff, what that was going on. So this is also, I'll be reaching to all the authors of those commits if they are still active in the Wine community, to make sure, hey, what's the state of that? Should that be upstreamed or not? And like, if not, then what's the reason? Some of those I will probably have to take over and upstream myself, because some of those people no longer are very active. So there's a bunch of audio stuff, mostly audio. And small fixes that made it into Proton, like the call set foreground window instead of active window, that never were even attempted to upstream, at least to my knowledge. I couldn't find them in any archives. After that, we have a few things that I'm not sure if Wine will want to take, but this is about application naming. So you get actual nice application names in Pulse audio volume controls, that the threads are named nicely when you do PSX, and that you can see what processes that instead of like Wine preloader. So that might be something interesting to upstream, but those are like just straight commits, so it's nothing serious and nothing very invasive. Then we have a bunch of stuff that I managed to identify to be dropped. There's a few commits that were upstreamed in some form or being deprecated by completely different changes. So we will have to look at them to be sure that the issues are fixed. But all of that stuff was upstreamed in one form or the other. So then we have Windows version bumps. So Proton is Wine still using Windows 7 as the default version. So Proton changes that, and we use Windows 10. So we have a bunch of commits that just bump the version, and we'll make sure that we bump the Windows 10 build number in registry and a couple of other places, because some games depend on that. So for example, if you want to run Red Dead Redemption, it will check if you have new enough Windows 10, and that sometimes changes with the game's updates. So the game was once running, but now they expect newer Windows numbers, so we have to make sure that we bump that, otherwise people cannot play it. So that's why we have this wineboot commit. Then we have a bunch of hacks for controller support. So Wide nowadays, I believe, still enables hidrow for everything that it can. Steam ships with extra rules that make the hidrow accessible for a lot of devices. And it turns out that it mostly works, but there's a lot of quirks with weird controllers and some rough corners that we still have sorted out around the input. So we reverse that policy a little bit, and we only enable hidrow for some of the explicitly enabled controllers that we know that they work and they're fine. So that's mostly all the Sony stuff and like some of the Trustmaster steering wheels, hand-on throttle and steering. I believe that's the acronym. And on top of that, Windows is also weird when it comes to handling some of these devices. For example, this Logitech G920. It's not a heat device, it's a heat plus plus. I think that's what Logitech call it. And it comes with its own driver that does its own mapping of axes. And then you have the Linux driver, which does it slightly differently. So you have to accommodate that to make sure that the mapping is accurate and people can just play their games by plugging that wheel and using the auto detection game, because a lot of games have this thing where you plug a wheel, they will check the vendor and product ID and see, oh, I know that wheel, so this is the mapping we're going to use. And some of the games are even more nasty and saying like, and you cannot override it. So we have to make sure that the mappings are exactly as the Windows does, including the ranges, which is super annoying. So we had to add a bunch of mappings to make sure that all of that stuff works. I also don't believe that those really belong in upstream wine, but maybe we'll have to start building a quick database for all of these devices to make sure that they're represented the same way on both systems. Then we have a bunch of hacks related to fonts. So Proton ships with a bunch of fonts that we use. And this is just to make sure that we have all the fallbacks set in place, that we're rendering the Chinese, Japanese, and Korean correctly using the fonts that we are providing, which are mostly metric compatible with whatever the default counterparts on Windows are. It's not that much, it's just like a few hacks, 10 commits, and parts of it maybe can be upstreamed. We'll have to look into that. A lot of stuff went upstream. So this is what remains now. What you have to keep in mind that the commits related to fonts, there were probably 3 times as many of those, but those other 20 were upstreamed and are included in those 1,000 commits that are upstream nowadays. So then we have MFPlat. So this is 68 commits as of now, but I think we have a very good synergy with upstream. So a lot of the stuff is first developed in Proton for like in more hacky way, and then there's a bunch of people who care about not diverging too much, that make sure that it works well in upstream with adding all the tests and making it properly. So recently we had a huge effort where Remy has backported the current upstream on top of Proton. So if you run experimental, you're running those backports, and hopefully we will release 7.0-5 with those backports included. So all the hacks we had got reverted. Everything from upstream got cherry-picked on top of it. And then we did a bunch of testing, making sure there are no regressions. There were regressions, so we had to add some hack commits back. We had to write some new hacks. And huge thanks to our QA, which they did amazing work, just like going through a lot of games, watching cutscenes and making sure that it all works. So we are still tweaking that, so that's where we have the 68 commits, but hopefully that number will be much lower when we will rebase on top of next major wine version. So now we are reaching the section where we have the really, really ugly stuff, and that's mostly our Wine X11 changes. So this is super hairy, and the biggest problem is that Wine X11 changes rarely made it in upstream because this is super brittle, and quite often what works for games, especially stuff that likes to run in full screen, maybe doesn't quite well work for office applications and more desktop stuff. And on top of that, there's a huge impedance mismatch between what Windows does for windowing and what X11 does for windowing. And on top of that, you have a layer of different window managers that have their own policies, their own quirks to be worked around. So as you can see, we have some workarounds to work a little bit better with Matter. We have some things that we do for GameScope, which is the Wayland compositor running on Steam Deck. And yeah, so basically those remain as hacks. Some of that stuff probably at some point in some form were discussed on the mailing list. I found a couple of threads, but most of that will remain as hacks. So hopefully those Matter things we can drop in a year or two, because I believe all of the Matter issues we had finally got fixed in upstream. but there's a bunch of other things. Like, for example, this commit that generates EDID if one is not available from Xrand. So this is mostly for Wayland. Wayland runs X-Wayland, and then you can use Xrand to query like the resolutions and whatnot, but you don't get EDID from that. And some games require that, because like, why get resolution information from the OS when you can query the monitors, ask for the raw EDID, have your own parsing library, parse the EDID provided by the monitor, and then present the user with resolution list. So we have a thing that generates that, because there were games which legitimately were broken if the EDID was not present and the whole graphics section was basically disabled or crashing the game. So that's the stuff we have to deal with. That one maybe can be upstreamed in some form, because like it's kind of part of the Windows interface, but it's still like rather hacky. Sorry? Yeah, so it should probably be in Win32U, right? So we probably should upstream that one, but that was made because like the game was crashing and we wanted to do that. And that was also when the PE conversion of X11 was undergoing. So we were scary to touch anything. And also, so you know, all of that will cause us a lot of pain, because Wine X11 is now PE, and most of those things will have to be rewritten. So then there's also FSHack, which is, I think, 10-ish commits, which I forgot to make a slide for. But after that, there's about 100 commits left. So after we went through the whole history, discarded all the cherry picks, all stuff that's upstream, and all the things that I've discussed so far. From the 2,000 commits, we have about 1,000 commits that's left, and they are with missing commits. So I don't have associated bugs with them. I don't know what they do other than the very short commit title. And we should probably do something about those. So I'll ask the people who are the authors to figure out like, hey, what is this stuff, and do we still need that? Hopefully we can drop most of that. We'll see. It would be good if we would not have like weird commits that nobody knows about and they're like just lingering there. So, but we have about 100 of them since last time we rebased, and for 8.0 the goal is to drop that number to 0. So, yeah. Any questions? So the question is about where is the first fork that came to be about. So I like to think about Proton more of downstream distribution than a fork, because it's not a hard fork. We won't continue developing that thing. We rebase regularly on top of upstream wine every now and then. So the baseline for this comparison was Wine 7.0. This is the last time we rebased. So when you have Proton 7.0, that means that it's based on top of Wine 7.0. And from there on, we just start adding commits. And the source of those commits is some of them were carried over from the older Proton versions. So Proton started with Wine 3.16? 3.7. And then we started adding the commits, then we were based on top 3.16 and 4 point something and so on and so on. And they're just carried over. And I think that the mysterious commits are the most ancient ones. So they are lingering there since the dawn of time, the very beginning of Proton. Yeah, the full screen hack was on the first thing, but at least it's clearly identifiable what it is, right? And the other commits, like the 100 commits that I don't know anything about, they do stuff, they change behavior, but they're there. Yes? I had that. So the question was from Esme, and she said that there's some commits that she haven't seen that are for ref links and other stuff. So that was kind of included. I haven't listed all the commits for all the sections because you've seen it was like 100 commits for something. So there was like 50 commits for performance tuning, and some of those performance tuning commits were the ref link stuff, which we used to make sure that we deduplicate data as much as possible. So it was included in that part of the presentation, but not listed by name on the slide because listing hundreds of commits is a little bit hard, and I chose some of the more representative stuff. Yeah. Yes, I plan on making this available. So this is basically a script that I wrote that filters either by name for some of the categories, and then I have a list of SHAs for some of the more esoteric categories that doesn't have clearly identifiable keywords that I can grab for. So I plan to make that available, and I plan to reach to a bunch of people for the stuff that should be upstream, for the stuff that tried to, like that the people tried to make it upstream, but it just got stuck on some part of the process, and to the authors of the mysterious commits. So that's my goal, and this was very nice exercise, like in preparing for the next major Proton rebase, because we can hopefully clean a lot of that stuff up. So that was just someone grateful and saying thanks. Yeah.
Are there any numbers about like what actually was
So the question was about performance and the tuning that we have done, and do we have any numbers? I don't believe we collect any numbers that we present, but all the commits were driven by actual data. So I remember, for example, that shared data cursor stuff was mostly about Sekiro, which was spending a lot of time in Wine server. So we could see that like the game was stuttering and micro stuttering a lot of the time, and when you look at the like graphs, it was just going through the Wine server and back all the time. So just moving the data to shared, like moving the cursor and keyboard handling to shared data helped that a lot. So it's not more like we hyper-optimize games, but we see an issue, game is stuttering, we have to do something about it. So it's driven in that way, not to just make the number higher, just to make things more playable. Does that answer your question? Okay. Yes. So it's a little bit harder now because I think we have this so the question was about how much of the stuff is developed as a part of the Proton is making it upstream, right? That's your question. So it's a little bit harder to measure than in the past when Andrew was doing that, because a lot of the stuff was first developed upstream and then maybe cherry-picked in Wine. So we are having a lot of the smaller changes with more done by more trusted Wine developers, which have pretty good sense of what's going to end up upstream and not. So the commits are often pushed to Proton and being upstream at the same time, and then we maybe change things. But I would say that more than half of the work we are doing is upstream worthy and is ending up in the upstream. Some of the more esoteric hacks probably should also land upstream, but as you've seen, like the tree is 2,000 commits, over 1,000 of that, over half of it is upstream, and most of those commits are not just straight up cherry picks from upstream. They were developed specifically because of Proton. So over a half, the question is about the hacks. The hacks, most of the stuff that we have in the hacky areas that build the rest of the 1,000 is something that we carry over from generation to generation. So when we started Proton 7.0, I believe we were about at 400 patches that were not upstream. And I think that's going to be somewhat stable. So My rough estimation would be 3/4 of all work on Proton ends up driving upstream development or landing in upstream in one form or the other. But I can look into that in more detail and come up with more concrete numbers if you want. Yes, so that's a good point from Jacek, that there's also a bunch of patches that are driven by Proton development that people do upstream in preparation for the next rebase, but they're actually never being cherry-picked into the current Proton revision. So that's also a bunch of development that goes into upstream wine in just preparation for the very, very next rebase.
Are there any patches that should not be included if you wanted to run Proton outside of Steam?
So the question is if there are any patches that should not be included if you don't want to run Proton outside of Steam. So basically all the Steam hacks that I've shown you, everything that has a word Steam in it, and there's also a bunch of hacks that use Steam Games IDs. So if you look for a commit that has Steam App ID or Steam Game ID somewhere in the commit body, that's probably something you don't want to pick up. So yeah, but it's like for picking up things for probably other wine distributions, you mean? So if you have another wine that you want to use and you want to drop all the Steam specific stuff, right?
I mean, it's most of the Twitch builds.
Yes.
Maybe move from just one staging to Proton, and G wants to do that as well.
So the question was about Lutris and probably moving away from wine staging. I think you might be better actually staying with wine staging as a base and looking at what you may need from Proton and pick that up explicitly. And if you want to look what's specific for Proton, look for all the Steam stuff. So there are two categories of those, like the very specific Steam deck, Steam overlay stuff that you can probably just drop. And there are hacks dedicated to games that are using Steam game IDs. So as Joe said, we probably want to upstream that or like make proper upstream fixes at some point in time. But you won't get the benefit of them in your wine distribution because they depend on Steam game IDs. And you don't... Yes. Yeah, but basically you have to just look at the code and like figure out what's there and what can be used. But those are the main categories that you would be interested in. Okay, I believe that's it. Thank you.
I'm watching the countdown timer. There we go. I'm live on the stream. So this is my maybe third WineConf. I last met you all at The Hague. I think my colleague and our executive director, Karen Sandler, was at the conference in Toronto. And I guess there hasn't been one since then. So sadly, but it's an interesting experience for me because I have a feeling I go to a lot of open source and free software events, but this is the first one I've been to since the pandemic started. So I'm probably going to remember this conference forever in great detail because it was the first one. Just like I remember the last one, I was at the Southern California Linux Expo, literally the day the first COVID case was reported in the US. So I'm really excited to be here with you all, but I have a relatively serious and ominous topic to talk about. And I really appreciate you all inviting me to talk about licensing, which is, I know, probably what most of you don't want to hear about or would rather not talk about. But I think I'm really happy and excited to talk to you about it because I really want to say something that I probably should have said a long time ago. Thank you for picking the LGPL as Wine's license. Early this morning, I got up and I decided to read the email threads about the vote in 2002 about the LGPL, which I had never read before, but I found the archives of Wine Devel, and I was not surprised to find the typical arguments that people have about choosing a copyleft and a non-copyleft license. What was really interesting, and I think that conversation is an interesting historical archive because it is the only time that I've seen a project that existed for that long under a non-copyleft license actually discuss and democratically as a community vote to switch to a copyleft license. I did read the Wine history page on this, and the link to the Rewind project is dead, as it turns out. So apparently the fork that they were going to make of Wine under the BSD license never came to fruition. And the canonical version is indeed the LGPL version. When you read over that discussion, you find that most of the discussion is about the question of what happens with upstream and who has control and develops upstream. And there's a lot of arguments about what is Codeweavers going to do. I know that Jeremy spent a lot of time talking about the LGPL as a license to keep his own business honest, which I think you were honest anyway, but it has served that purpose well. And I think it served the purpose of dealing with the various vendors long since gone that were circling around the project at the time. But one of the things, after being a copyleft theorist for a very long time, is that I've finally figured out in recent years that a copyleft license is actually not about the developers. The developers make the decision to pick a license, and if they pick a copyleft one, they're the ones that have made that decision. But the goal of the license is really to protect the downstream users and their rights. So I'm going to talk about that some today. First, I want to explain, most of you probably heard this 2 years ago, but so it's a refresher. So the Software Freedom Conservancy, where I work and I helped found, is a nonprofit charity where under the IRS designation of 501c3, which means we're a charity, we can't be controlled by companies like a trade association would be. And our mission, which when you found a nonprofit charity, you file this document with the IRS that proves you're doing something that's for the public good and therefore don't have to pay taxes and your donors get a tax deduction in the US. So our mission is to preserve, protect, promote, improve open source and free software generally for the general public. We do these days more advocacy and policy work than we used to. We were originally founded to be primarily a home to open source and free software projects, which I'm going to get into in a minute about how that happened for Wine. But we found that the need for folks to talk about the non-commercial and consumer-based aspects of open source and free software is very much needed today because so much of open source is very corporate now. And so we're kind of the non-corporate, non-commercial organization talking and promoting open source and free software. And as part of that work, we have done probably the most amount of copyleft enforcement in the United States, and probably second in the world behind GPLviolations.org, which was organized by Harold Velta in the early 2000s as far as worldwide enforcement. And eventually we'll probably surpass Harold because he doesn't do it anymore. So many of you in this room have heard this story. I told this story when WineConf was at FOSDEM, and I think I might have told it at The Hague, but I'm going to tell it again because it's a community story that I think is really, really valuable. So in 2002, at some event, do you remember what event it was, Jeremy? I still don't either. But Jeremy and I were both at some event, and I set up this meeting, and at the time, I worked for an organization called the Free Software Foundation. I'm one of the few people in the world who had Richard Stallman as a boss. I don't recommend that. But at the time, my boss was Richard Stallman, and he sent me to this conference, and he said, convince this Jeremy White guy to make wine part of the GNU project. So I go to this dinner with Jeremy, and I pitch. I'm a good employee, I like having more control of my destiny at Software Freedom Conservancy, but when somebody hires me to do a job, I usually try to do it. And so I tried to convince Jeremy, and Jeremy said to me, look, I like so many things about being part of a nonprofit. Wine needs it. I don't want code weavers to control the wine project. I want it to be in an organization. But Stallman has this list of things that he makes a project do. And Jeremy kind of went through the list. I won't tell you which ones he objected to and which ones he didn't. But there was a long list because Stallman. And Jeremy had 2 or 3 things on the list. And he's like, the wine project's never going to do these things. But we really want to be in a nonprofit. I want to counterbalance the code weavers. I want there to be a community organization. And no deal, basically. Wine did not join the GNU project. So 5 or 6 years later, we're founding this organization, Software Freedom Conservancy. And I remember the last thing Jeremy said to me at that dinner. He said, why can't there just be an organization that's there for open source and free software projects that doesn't have a complex list of basically what rules about what words you can say or can't say in the project? And so I had filed that away, and we found this organization called Software Freedom Conservancy. And initially, our first member was the Samba project. And I remembered my conversation with Jeremy. So we emailed Jeremy and said, hey, the thing that we were talking about way back in 2002, here in 2007, it exists now. Would Wine like to join? And so Wine joined the Conservancy as our second member project. And it was kind of interesting because our first 2 projects were these 2 projects that were basically taking on Microsoft at the height of Microsoft's anti-open source efforts. I mean, now Microsoft has rewritten that history, but I remember it really well. I remember being called un-American, spreading a cancer. It was like McCarthyist, right? It was like this idea that, like, if you have these copyleft licensing, they're going to destroy the software industry. And so I have a long memory, and my colleague Karen Sandler actually gave a speech at Microsoft, and I convinced her. I said, when you give your speech, ask them to apologize for calling the GPL un-American, a cancer, and eating up all software like a Pac-Man. She asked for it in his talk, and according to her, half the room gasped that she would dare to ask Microsoft for an apology for something they had done. So I'm still aware. I think Wine is incredibly interesting as a free software project because it was designed effectively to make proprietary software work on a free software operating system. And I'm not so much of a zealot that I think that that's a bad thing. I think it's a really good thing. I think what Wine, in approaching this problem, did was it acknowledged that people wanted to move from a proprietary world to a free software world, but they couldn't do it all at once. And they had these applications that they were used to, that they needed. And there's a lot of them out there. And there was a need to create something that made it easy for people to come over. Now, the switch to the copyleft license, I think, was one of the smartest decisions the project made. I really believe that if wine had stayed under the BSD license, eventually a company would have come along and built a fully proprietary wine-based product. And that is the company that Microsoft would have chosen to sue, because they would have had no moral high ground. The LGPL gives wine this moral high ground of, hey, we're an open source project. Does Microsoft really want to sue an open source project? And while the threat from our first two member projects at SFC, Samba and Wine, the threat for Samba is basically gone. They love Samba now. They're like, hey, like, people still want to use our file system on Linux? Yes, please, more Samba. And with Wine, not so much. So there's this thing called the Open Invention Network, and there's this guy who runs it named Keith Bergelt, and he walks around these Linux events telling people about how the ecosystem is so safe now for Linux because there's cross-patent licensing for all of Linux, and there's a huge patent non-aggression pact. When OIM was getting started, I went to Keith Bergelt with a list of all of SFC's projects and said, they're all Linux-based projects. They should all be part of your Linux system definition. So I sent him the list of all our projects. And a couple months later, an update to the Linux system definition comes out. And every single project from SFC was in that list, except for one, yours. And the next time I saw Keith Bergelt, I said, hey, you forgot one. And he looked at me and said, which one? I said, Wine. And he left. Because there was no chance, this is before Microsoft was an OIM licensee, but there was no chance that anybody was going to agree to a patent non-aggression pact with regard to the Windows API. Now, I don't think there's really a lot of, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, like I can't tell you legal risk for anything, but I think as a political matter, the chance of real patent risk for Wine is near zero, because it's politically unviable for Microsoft to come after Wine over patents. And I think the reason it's politically unviable is because Wine is licensed under the LGPL. So I think this is one of the best decisions that the project made for its future and its life. Now, the LGPL also has other requirements other than the patent-related stuff. They're important requirements. And I think it may be the case that Wine's license has, until recently, never been violated. So I'm going to ask, other than hearing it from me recently, or somebody at SFC recently, can you raise your hand if you're aware of any time in history the LGPL being violated on Wine? No, I had this on my slide because I was sure that nobody was going to raise their hand. We should talk later about what it was. Okay. All right. Well, there's apparently, I'm not going to put it on the recording because I generally don't like to put the details of GPL violations, but apparently there was one, right? But it's pretty rare. I think now things are starting to change. If you look at the history of kind of violations of GPL, violations of copyleft licenses on other projects, the GPL starts getting used in the late 80s. 89 is the first instance of the GPL. The early GNU projects were licensed under the GPL. And those were not really, there was this Objective-C thing that Steve Jobs did. But if you put that aside, which was kind of a one-off, and it's Steve Jobs, so it's a special case, I think, there weren't really violations on the early GNU projects until the mid-1990s. For Linux, there weren't violations really until the early 2000s is when you started to see people violating the GPL on Linux. And I think it has to do with adoption. Once a project reaches a certain level of popularity, of interest in the industry, that's the moment when you start to see the copyleft license being violated, not just because of a mistake, but because of a business decision to ignore the terms of the license. So I guess I should congratulate Wine because people are violating your license now. So should we celebrate that? I didn't expect that to actually get applause. I mean, I want a world where everyone just shares their software freely because they want to. But I'm a realist, and I realize that most people don't want to share their software with each other. And so violations are inevitable in a situation where folks are adopting software and seeing what they can get away with, because it's a world we live in where companies try to see what they can get away with. So the reason, there's a kind of a detailed argument of why I think this is happening now. I left a lot of time for kind of interactive at the end here, so we can kind of talk about whether I'm right about this. But my theory goes like this. Everybody in this room knows that Windows applications remain completely ubiquitous. I think the long tail of Windows applications mattering is a lot, like people in this room get it, but outside of this room, the industry doesn't get the fact that there are lots and lots and lots of Windows applications that people still want to work out there in the world. And people who develop new technology, who sit in Silicon Valley and fund, VCs who fund new companies, they don't think about the fact that there's this long tail in this industry. It's still the case that there were IBM mainframes well into current time. People still write COBOL code these days, right? Things in technology have a much longer tail than other folks want to admit. And the recent change, though, is the default deployment environment for software over the last 15 years has been changing dramatically. The age of desktop computing is some sense, it's not coming to an end, but it's becoming less the primary way that people consume software. And Linux is a great example of this, where Linux was effectively a server and a desktop operating system, not an embedded system. But now Linux, I would argue, because it's copylefted, because it's under the GPL, is by far the most popular embedded operating system in the world today. Every Android mobile device is a Linux device. That's something we never would have imagined when Linux was getting started in the 90s. The other thing we wouldn't have imagined, I don't think, is that Windows application would have a place other than a desktop computer. I don't think we really imagined that people might want to run Windows application on embedded devices, which I think is now starting to happen, which is why we're seeing violations of Wine's license. This is what we've already been through with Linux and BusyBox and other system-level software. Violations were, if you go back to one of my talks from, say, 2006, 7-ish timeframe, it's all about like, oh, when somebody violates a copyleft license, it's always a misunderstanding, and you just educate somebody and they correct the problem and everything's fine. The embedded industry was different. The embedded industry knew about copyleft. They wanted to adopt Linux. They didn't have a tremendous amount of interest in what happened to their users with regard to Linux. And frankly, the widespread non-compliance with copyleft licenses in the Linux space was engineered and planned. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't oh, we didn't understand the license. Embedded manufacturers understood the GPL very well. They decided that basically me and Howard Velto weren't enough to stop them and decided to just ignore the license. Well, specifically ignore some really key areas of the license, which has made the situation much worse. So one of the things to think about copyleft licenses, and this is really, really, I think, hard for folks who are developers, it's not all about you, I'm sorry to say. Copyleft licenses are this weird policy system, which is under the control and power of developers. But the beneficiary is really the end user, the consumer of the software, not the developer. And there's kind of a circular pattern to this, right? Because if you look at where new developers to open source projects come from, particularly like system level open source projects like Linux, what happens is, and this happened to most of us in the 90s, those of us who are old enough to remember the 90s, you got Linux, right? And you were like, hey, this is really cool. Let me do something with it. And you'd have to make changes to get it to work on your computer because it didn't work on anything very well at the time. And so you'd make some changes. And if they were good enough to actually be useful to somebody else, you posted a patch to a news group or a mailing list. And then suddenly you went from being a user to being a developer. And that line used to be very fluid because most people using software then were technically inclined. Now, most people using software today are not necessarily technically inclined, but the right and the freedom to tinker remains really important. It's where we get the next generation of developers from. I always worry about the fact that almost every television in the world is running Linux these days, but almost none of them, in fact, kind of none of them, actually give you the source code such that you can actually tinker with that television, because now televisions aren't really televisions. They're a computer, embedded computer, connected to a very large display. And they should work like computers, but they don't. And this is because the embedded industry made a plan that they wouldn't work like regular computers. And it turns out that's in violation of the license. Now, GPLv2 comes down to these few words. I'm going to spend the rest of my life being deposed about these words in GPLv2, the scripts used to control compilation and installation of the executable. And I will be asked probably hundreds by the time I'm dead, questions by lawyers about what it means to have the scripts used to install the executable. Install is where the ballgame is. And the reason why is because on a desktop computer, no one ever questioned the idea about whether you could reinstall your software. Imagine buying a desktop computer in the 1990s and being told, you can't reinstall the operating system. You're just not allowed to reinstall it. Like, no one would have accepted that as a reasonable position. What's happened is the embedded industry, because they treat them more like appliances than computers, have been able to convince the entire consumer base that that's not a right that they ought to have. But the GPL thought of this ahead of time and said, yes, you're supposed to be allowed to install. And I think it's true for Wine as much as it's true for Linux or BusyBox or any other system software. If someone has a copy of Wine on their system running some Windows binary, we all agree that Windows binary is proprietary. That's allowed because Wine's under the LGPL. I'm going to get more into that later. But Wine itself, I would expect, and if you want to object to this later when we're in Q&A, you can, but I would expect most people in this room would say, yes, if I have a patch to Wine that I've done myself, and I want to upgrade Wine on my own computer with my patch, I should be allowed to do that. And the license ought to protect my right to do that. In fact, the license does protect your right to do that. In fact, this is something I've just recently discovered because I've been spending, turns out there's a project under the LGPL that's had violations recently called Wine. And I've had occasion to dig more into the LGPL than I ever have in my career. I've focused mostly on the main GPL. I've discovered that actually the LGPL is even better in this regard as far as really making it clear that you have a right to reinstall. You only have basically two options. There's some details there, but at top level, you have two options. If you have a work that uses the library, and for purposes of this definition, Wine is the library. I realize it's not technically a library, but it's in a computer geek kind of sense. But in terms of the license, it is the library. You have to be able to relink the executable work containing the modified library. That to me says, okay, if I have a proprietary Windows binary and Wine, I have to be able to get back to running my version of Wine with that proprietary Windows binary if I've changed Wine. My other option is I can take the second part of this section of LGPL and say, okay, will it operate properly if I install my modified Wine? And I think actually that dynamic linking section applies the most, because I think if lawyers look at this, they will see running Wine with a proprietary application is kind of like a dynamic link. And it probably kind of is a dynamic link, at least and if you try to take the technical stuff and distill it to a legal conclusion. So the LGPL is really clear about this, that you're supposed to be able to install a modified version of Wine if you want to install a modified version onto your device. So this is the violation narrative. This is not hypothetical. I'm not going to say names of companies on the mic and on the stream. We can talk about it in the hallway track of who is doing this. But imagine, if you will, not hypothetically, that an embedded system maker using x86 for an embedded system develop some specialized software for their products as Windows binaries. And they decide that they're sick of using Windows because, like, I don't have to tell this room, everybody's sick of using Windows. And they say, well, gee, there's this Linux thing, it runs a lot better. And there's this Wine thing, so we don't have to re-engineer all this specialized software we wrote for Windows. We can run Linux, we can run Wine, we can put it in our embedded system. And look at this, there's an entire trade-associated industry that will show us how to lock down the devices so that no consumers can do anything they want. They can't upgrade their software anymore. And we've got complete vendor lock-in. And Wine goes right along with Linux and BusyBox and everything else. So what we see is not just a violation on Wine, we see a violation on the whole stack. But now suddenly, because there is this application user space software originally written for Windows, and this desire to move to a Linux-based embedded system instead of a Windows-based embedded system, for all the reasons that are obvious to everyone, we now see these violations happening on Wine. So I want to really drive the point home before I just turn it over to discussion about why this point about it not being about the developers, right? So one of the things we think is like, well, we got copyleft licenses, right, so we can get patches upstream. That is one reason to license under a copyleft license. I don't think it's the most important reason to do so. So years ago, we filed these lawsuits filed against 14 defendants over BusyBox violations. You can see, if you read that case, that Samsung was one of the defendants in that case, even though Samsung had upstream patches. In fact, they had developers on staff whose job was to work upstream in Linux, yet Samsung products were in the marketplace violating the license. At these large companies, those two teams generally have nothing to do with each other. The folks that they hire to work upstream don't even know what products, most of the time, that company is putting Linux or BusyBox or anything else into. So you get this weird bifurcation where the community might be happily collaborating upstream with somebody who works for this company, even while that company is flagrantly violating the license. And based on 20-some years of experience now, those engineers have absolutely no power to fix the problem. They're aghast, like, to hear that their company's violating the GPL, but when they raise it with their manager and their manager's manager, they say, that's not your department. Don't worry about it. It gets so bad that I walk around conferences sometimes and people walk by me and hand me slips of paper that have a list of product numbers on it. Because it's a bunch of products at their company that are violating the GPL, that they know are violating the GPL, that they themselves, even though they're an upstream developer for the project that's being violated, can do almost nothing about. Which, by the way, relates to the fact that they often don't hold their own copyrights. Their company holds their copyrights. Their company doesn't really much care for the GPL. So they, as developers, are basically powerless to do enforcement. I'm sure that when you all picked LGPL as your license, you were thinking about Jeremy and CodeWeavers. You were thinking about the various other companies that weren't friendly like CodeWeavers is, that might proprietarize Wine. And you were worried about getting patches upstream, being able to keep doing your work. And it was a license chosen to keep those companies honest. And it has served that purpose very well. But I think now is the moment in the history of Wine where you have to think about what the LGPL does for your downstream users, the ones you're never going to meet probably, who end up with Wine embedded in a larger product that they don't have the source code to, and they don't have the same rights you do to just make a patch for Wine and reinstall it. So I hate to come to developers and say, it's your job to help me uphold these rights. You don't have to do all the work. SFC is here to help you do this kind of work. But it is a moment that I think the community has to think about this question. The reason why is typically GPL enforcement is done through copyright. This was the original idea behind copyleft, that you would take a copyrighted work, put it under terms under a copyright license, and then use that license as a copyright holder to enforce, to uphold these rights. Now, we've been working pretty hard to come up with alternative methods to do this. because we realized the developers already did their job, right? You picked the LGPL, you wrote a bunch of great code under the LGPL. To come back and ask again, okay, now you've got to help us enforce the GPL, right? And it's a big ask for developers. So we really believe that there should be an end user path through a thing called a legal theory called third-party beneficiary. And we're pursuing that in our case against Visio, sfconservancy.org/Visio. You can read all about that case. Nevertheless, I think probably, given that GPL or LGPL enforcement in this case is new to the wine community, relatively speaking, I think probably taking a kind of a copyright approach to get started is the right way to go, just because that's the traditional approach. So that's really what I'd like to talk to you about. So the way we do enforcement at SFC, years ago we wrote these things called the principles of community-oriented GPL enforcement. And those are just basically laying out the rules for what we're going to do with regard to enforcing the GPL. There's a lot of FUD out there about this idea that there could be copyright trolls and people using GPL enforcement to get rich. So one of our key principles at the most basic level is to say this is not a for-profit endeavor. The primary goal is not to get money out of these companies, it's to get them to comply with the license. And you'll notice in our Visio case, in fact, everybody's really confused because our complaint, we drafted it and it looks like we forgot to ask for money. In fact, we drafted it so that they have no way to resolve the case by giving us money. They have to give us the source code to all the software that's in the Visio devices, which wine is not present to my knowledge in that particular case. But that's kind of our approach, and our focus is to get the right software and source code and freedom to install to the users, not to profit from doing enforcement. The other thing, the key thing, and you can read the whole principles document, and I encourage you to do so, but the other key part of the principles that we are very clear about is to really work with a company first as best we can to convince them to comply because it's the right thing to do. And I wouldn't have proposed this talk if that process were working for wine. It is not, which is why I'm here talking to you about enforcement of the LGPL. So I've got some time. Actually, I never started my timer, so I'm not sure how much time I have left. But at least about 20 minutes, right? Yeah. So this is just a couple of possible discussion topics. I really just want to turn it over to you to ask questions. I realize that having talk about license enforcement is a surprising thing to have to do at a conference where we're going to be talking about code. And I really appreciate you all inviting me to come here and speak about this, but I really want to hear from you and hear your questions, right? Because I've spent so much of my time over the last basically 25 years doing GPL enforcement, worrying about license compliance and so forth, that I don't want to make any assumptions that you've read the too many things that SFC or I have written on this topic. So what I'd like to do is just open up the floor to these discussion topics that are on the slide, or really anything else you want to ask about, like what does it mean to enforce wine's license, and what would happen if we do, and all of those kinds of issues. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over. Start throwing some hands up.
Can I get just a quick statement on this?
Yes, please do, Jeremy. Let me give you the mic.
So
At least I got to give you that one.
sure, okay. So for the stream's benefit, it's very important from a code weaver's perspective that we're now finally successful. We've made it, right? We definitely don't want to create a chill in the world. We don't want our customers to think that wine is risky. We don't want them to feel that there's so this is very dangerous for us from a code weaver's perspective. And Bradley and SSC has been very conscious and gracious about that. So I wanted to thank you for that. But the description of this that kind of felt compelling to me is that BusyBox has sort of been alone, like they're fighting the fight for everybody else. Like they're the guys who get dragged into the lawsuits again and again and again. And so then the question is, do we want to let them keep fighting alone, or is there some will to help them? I think that was something that Bradley said to me that's resonated. So that was all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, go ahead. I'll repeat it for the stream once you ask.
Yeah. So when the companies don't change wine at all and use it in their product, that's still a violation? Because when I read that clause, I think the intention, at least how it sounds to me, is that the worry is that people will change the code in some weird way, change the build system, and won't give the instructions on how to rebuild it. But here, if they're using normal wine, is that still a violation?
So the question is, if they don't modify wine, is it a violation or not, is really the question. And is it possible to use an unmodified wine? So it's a complicated question, right? Because for a couple of reasons. One is that, as it turns out, as a copyright matter, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I spent way too much time in my life around lawyers. As a copyright matter, so the lawyers tell me, making a binary is a form of modification, right? So the source code is the work under copyright. And then when you compile it, you transform, this is actually a word that appears in the copyright statute in the US, you transform the work into something else, i.e. a binary. So you need to comply with the LGPL when you make that transformation. So then the question is when they made that transformation, and maybe they just downloaded the binary from WineHQ, right, and just put it on the device, but they could still, I'm not saying that they necessarily violate the GPL when the LGPL when they do that. The question is, when they put it into a device, do they make it possible for you to install a modified version? So for example, if the binary came from WineHQ and WineHQ's updated their binary, and now I've got this third-party device, it's got wine in it, but I really want to use the new version from WineHQ. I know that upstream, or my upstream, which is this company in the middle here, they use the binary straight off WineHQ. Okay, so they didn't recompile it, but if they didn't give me the ability to reinstall wine with the new version, getting it from the same place they got it from, after all, then that likely would be a violation. Details matter. So I never want to say some constructed hypothetical where we've only made up half the facts for it is a violation or not. But that's the goal of the license, is the ability to rebuild and reinstall the binary. And the reinstall part is really important. Yeah, go ahead. So the question is, does every Android phone, I'm going to overstate your question, by the way. Does every Android phone on the market violate the GPL? I think the answer is, quite frankly, probably, in my view. It's very interesting because Google phones are a really good example of compliance, right? At least the last one I looked at was an earlier Pixel. But Google has always done this thing where you can basically unlock the firmware, and you can install an alternate firmware, and you have to agree to all these terms that you won't do this, won't do like basically that you won't mess up their network and all this other stuff, and that you can't go back to the vendor and your warranty is canceled and all this sort of stuff. And some phones do offer you that. You can go in there and do that. And a good example is if you look at like the alternative firmware projects like Lineage OS. If you can install Lineage OS on the device, chances are they probably weren't violating the GPL, because the fact that you could install an alternative firmware is speaking to the fact that they probably didn't violate the license. You don't know for sure until you look at the details, of course, but it speaks to that idea. I certainly think that the devices where they've been unable to put a modified firmware onto, I suspect it is violating Linux's license. Does that answer your question? Yeah. I mean, you don't necessarily have to agree with me. I just want to make sure I answered you. But like I said, this is going to be a debate, right? We're going to be enforcing on the GPL for years to come, and the other side is going to say that's not what install means. They're already saying that. You can find articles that misquote me to argue that install does not mean install. I think install means install. You go ahead. Yes, please. Yep. Yeah, I appreciate the point. So I just to re-summarize your point for the stream. Yeah, the point that you made was, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I say what your name is on the stream? John Brooks is making the point that the freedom to tinker is something that brought at least the older people in this room to this open source and free software thing. The ability to do things with your devices was really important. And there's this change in the industry that is not getting to all the users anymore. And so it's not creating that, which I really agree with. Am I summarizing your point right? Okay, I tried the best for the stream. Yeah, can we pass the mic around for the stream? Is that like doable? Sort of? Well, if folks want to come up.
So a long time ago, there was this wine version called WineX, and also related to that, CDGA. Was that in violation of the wine license? Because that stopped being a thing like after a few years. I seem to remember that it was kind of possible to build WineX, although it was really complicated. I don't remember like all the details, that was so long ago, but would it be like possible to have like a similar product like today, like appear like some kind of proprietary wine? Like was it like in violation of something, or was it like totally fine?
So I don't know the facts of WineX to state with. I think we could sit down later and we could look historically and see what they were doing and whether it was a violation. WineX was forked from the BSD code. So Jeremy's just pointed out. So because it was forked from the BSD code, it wouldn't have been a violation of the LGPL because no changes from the LGPL version presumably appeared in it. But another thing I want to point out, that even if it had been based on the LGPL software, one of the ways you can address a violation of the GPL is to just stop. And so if they're no longer in business and they're not doing it anymore, there's kind of no remedy if somebody says, I'm just going to stop distributing wine forever and I don't want to deal with this anymore. That's always an option, right? To just say, I'm not going to do this anymore. And I think everybody in the GPL enforcement community has always considered that a reasonable remedy to say, just stop. It's not the ideal remedy. We'd rather they actually comply with the license, but ceasing to use the copylefted product in your own product is always an option. Yeah. Do folks want to? Because I think it's going to save time to repeat that for the stream. If folks want to come up here, is that okay? As a organization? Yeah. Why don't we do it that way? Just so it'll take twice as long to repeat these questions for the stream.
Right. Yeah. So right now there's or at least a year ago there was a complication with other wine adjacent projects using wine headers, for example, for like Microsoft APIs. And the problem was they were under non-copyleft licenses, which complicated it because they had to rewrite the headers again in order to avoid going against the LGPL. Does your organization have an opinion on making the project LGPL, but putting the headers under a more open license?
I'd argue with the question of whether a non-copyleft license is more open, but with that proviso, I think these are difficult decisions for projects, right? And I think that looking at your ecosystem and making those kinds of decisions about what's the best decision for a project is the best way to do it. There's also the issue that something that's truly not copyrightable, like for example, in the United States, not a lawyer, but this is what lawyers tell me, facts are not copyrightable. So for example, a register layout for a CPU is not, in anybody's view that I know of, who's reasonable anyway, a copyrightable thing, because there's only one way the registers are laid out. If I make a header file that talks about the layout of the registers and their names, the CPU vendor should not succeed if they try to sue me for copyright infringement, because that's not it's a fact. It's like copywriting the phone book, because there's only one way to say it, right? So a great example I always use is bubble sort, right? If I asked you all to sit down and write bubble sort, we would all generate something really close. I don't think any of our implementations would be copyrightable because they just wouldn't be unique enough to get copyright protection in the United States. So that's another question about headers. Like, was that header really copyrightable in the first place? And I encourage projects to look at that question and say, I think it's probably in Wine's interest to say the exact layout of the Windows API ought not be copyrightable, because APIs should not be copyrightable, right? So you might want to choose a non-copyleft license to signal that we don't think this information should be copyrightable anyway. We don't think it is as a matter for how things should be, and therefore we're going to put this under like CC0, this part, like the header part, under CC0, because we're making a statement about our views about what ought to be copyrightable. Because it is dangerous if if courts, I mean, we saw this with the Google v. Oracle case, when courts try to define what an API is, which my view is everybody has in their head what they think an API is, and everybody thinks about it a little bit differently. But if courts try to say, well, APIs as a general matter are copyrightable, there's a lot of danger there for the entire software industry, free software and proprietary software. I mean, if you think about how Linux came to be, right? It was a re-implementation of all the Unix APIs. If the Unix APIs have been copyrightable, could Linux even have been written in the first place? Those kinds of questions are the ones you need to ask about things like headers, I think.
So if we ask the SFC to take assignment of our wine copyrights, could you...
Sorry, they can hear you, but I can't.
If we ask the SFC to take assignment of our wine copyrights, can you refresh us on what that means and what are the implications?
I really appreciate the question, because this is a question that I'm going to be wanting to ask a lot of you who hold your own copyrights in wine. The typical way to do GPL enforcement is through a copyright action, which means the copyright holders are the one to take action. If we were to have to litigate, they would normally be the plaintiffs in that litigation. So I think it's a question for all of you. If you want to enforce the LGPL, and you want to do it through a copyright matter, which I think is probably recommended for wine right now for the reasons I stated in my talk, then the question is, do you want to be a plaintiff yourself? Which is possible, or do you want SFC to be a plaintiff on your behalf? The only way for SFC effectively to be a plaintiff on your behalf is if you were to assign your copyrights to the SFC. And I've changed my position on copyright assignment multiple times in my career. I think copyright assignment has serious problems, particularly when implemented as a universal requirement for projects. I think that's been clearly shown. I also think that relying on a single organization to hold all the copyrights for a project is dangerous, or even a majority, an overwhelming majority to have all the copyrights, because that means they have a lot more power to decide whether the license is enforced or not. So I really believe deeply in a highly diversely held copyright base, primarily by individuals. I've been turned off by the idea of companies holding copyrights, which the reason why is that many of the companies that now hold a lot of the copyright in Linux really would prefer Linux not to be GPL'd. So they have kind of this industry pressure now to say, well, we don't really want you to enforce the GPL. And by the way, we're a major copyright holder. And so that's dangerous for the Linux project, I think. So those are the kinds of issues to think through. I should note that one of the things we did was we made copyright assignment easy and self-service. So you can go to our website and assign copyright actually on any project you want to us if you would like to. And it's like a web form. You just read through the legal terms and then agree. I don't recommend doing that without really researching and deciding if that's what you want to do. But one of the reasons I'm here is to talk about those questions, because I think for any developer, I'm actually amazed that developers so often take a job where their company automatically gets copyright. And almost any job you get, especially in the United States, it's what's called a work for hire, and your company holds the copyright automatically. I'm often kind of bemused at developers who will rant at me about like, copyright assignment, it's such a horrible thing. And I'm like, where do you work? And like, yeah, I said, did you negotiate an agreement with your employer that you wouldn't assign copyright to them? They go, what do you mean? It's like, well, you signed a standard employment agreement, right? And they're like, yeah. I said, so you assigned all your copyrights to your company. but you're telling me you're against copyright assignment. Which is it? And I think developers, particularly developers on copyleft projects, have to think through this question of like, does my employer hold copyright? Do I hold copyright? Do I want the responsibility of holding copyright? Does my rights of authorship feel like something that I want to hold myself? And do I have an obligation to stand up when the license is violated if I am going to keep those rights? Those are all really complicated questions, and I don't want to presume I know the answers for this community. Mainly, I want to be here as a resource telling you, A, I'm seeing these LGPL violations in the wild, and B, we'd like to take action on enforcement, and C, we need your help and input to make decisions about how to do it and when to do it.
So I have a related question because I actually was wondering if I'm, for example, a copyright holder in wine and I want to win the plaintiff in such an action, what does that imply for me? I mean, first, I mean, I guess that would require some time on my part, of course. Would that give me some liability? That is, the fact of doing this kind of thing, am I, onboarding some liability? If something goes wrong, can it be reflected on me, on my money, on my whatever? And and I mean, it's not that I'm really considering this thing at this point, but I'm curious about what the answer would be. And also, can I add a second point? Well, actually, it's not something really concrete for me because we were speaking of copyright assignment, and actually I have that in my contract with Codeweaver. So I actually have a couple of patches I got into one before working for Codeweavers, but then I started working for Codeweavers, and I mean, ask Jeremy for that.
So I mean, my understanding, I'm going to check with Jeremy, that is, I'm going to put you on the spot, I apologize. That's negotiable for your employees, right? Whether. Okay, don't answer. Okay.
To the many staff members, in here who I do hold your copyrights. If you feel strongly that you would like your work to be used in this manner, we can talk. Okay, but generally, Codeweavers does hold a lot of copyright in wine. So I'm not opposed to your work being used in this, but I want to have a conversation about it. I want to understand. I want you to understand before that happens.
Right, and that's a. Yeah. Right. Agreed. And I think, I mean, we have this, my colleague Karen Sandler at SFC started this initiative called Contract Patch, which it's really an initiative to educate software developers about the fact that every employment contract is negotiable. And this ought to be on your list when you take a job. In my view, if you work on open source software, when you go in to negotiate with your employer, you should ask the question and have like Jeremy is suggesting, have a conversation with your employer about it. And especially if it's a friendly, gregarious, cool employer like Codeweavers, like they're going to have that conversation with you. And it's a negotiation, right? And the copyrights are something you can decide. Like I know people who have taken a lower salary in exchange for being allowed to keep their copyrights. Like that's a thing that people negotiate about. And I think that's totally a reasonable negotiation because obviously the copyrights have some financial value. So on that sort of is to your second question. To your first question about liability. So I would recommend if you are a copyright holder and you are considering an action, don't just take my word for something, get your own lawyer and talk to your own lawyer about what your liability is. That's not a question we can answer for you. For the copyrights that are assigned to us, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't give legal advice, but my understanding is that if SFC were to act on those copyrights, you could be subpoenaed as the author of the software, i.e., did you really write this? Is this really your work? All those sorts of questions. Did you have a legitimate copyright interest that you were able to assign to Conservancy? But if you were to assign to SFC, we would be the plaintiff for those copyrights, and you wouldn't be in the lawsuit you would be a witness to the lawsuit, if that makes sense. So you could get subpoenaed as a witness, but not as a litigant. Now that's my non-legal understanding. I think that you should always seek out legal advice before you make legal decisions. And if you need a reference to a lawyer who's not our lawyer, i.e. you want a separate lawyer, I have a list of lawyers that do not do work for us that you could talk to. And they may even do it pro bono, maybe. At least low bono, cheaper rates when they know you're an open source developer. So if that's a question that you have, definitely talk to a lawyer and don't take my word for it because I have an interest, right? I would like to see you assigned to Conservancy. I would like to be able to say, it's going to be so much better for you if you assign to SFC and we do the enforcement, right? That's my biased view. But you should seek out your own advice about those questions too. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, and awkwardly, I think what I'm going to say now, this is lovely, and thank you for being here, but I think we sort of have an obligation to wrap this at this point. But we did this on purpose before the lunch break because I knew this would be very interesting. And so ideally you'll be around and people can have these conversations and go further, but I think we should wrap now.
Okay, I'm glad to do that. And I wasn't keeping track of time, and thank you for calling the time. For the people in the stream, feel free to email us at SFC. I'm B. Kuhn at SF Conservancy. You can write to compliance@SF Conservancy, which is the general contact address. So for those on the stream who'd like to get in touch, do that way, and I'll be around to talk with anybody here. And thank you for your time and putting up with a licensing talk. I really appreciate it.
Can everybody hear me? If nobody says anything, then I don't know what that means. Okay, good. Well, I hope everybody had a good lunch. What with the jet lag and things, quite a lot of people end up drifting off to sleep at this time of day. So if you drift off, don't worry about it. You won't miss much. If I drift off, just please don't wake me up. So I'm Huw Davies. Recently, I've been helping new wine starters get their patches into wine. So I thought I'd give a talk about it. So, well, how hard can it be? Apparently easier than navigating the Skyway. So, true story, a group of us, including the wine maintainer, went to lunch yesterday. And we thought, hey, we'll use the Skyway to get back. Well, we didn't actually get lost on the Skyway because we couldn't actually get onto the Skyway in the first place. So this kind of gives you a good idea of the level of intelligence you're dealing with, right? So if we can do it, you can do it as well. So what's involved in getting a patch into wine? Well, it ends up going through a reviewer. So why do we send it through a reviewer? So we don't end up with this sort of beautiful commit log. Kind of starts off okay, but then goes a bit pear-shaped. So we want every patch, we're basically after a really high quality submission, right? So we want everybody's code and commits to look good. So when you send patches into wine, it's basically going to be an interaction between at least two people. That's you. So for the purposes of this talk, when I say you, I mean the author, and at least one reviewer. So typically it's one reviewer. Sometimes there could be several reviewers involved. Basically the deal will be the same whether you're dealing with one or two or more. The only difference is you might have 2 sets of comments or 3 sets of comments to deal with instead of just one. The only difference there may be that sometimes the reviewers may have an argument between themselves, in which case you can just get the popcorn and sit back and relax, right, until they sort it out. So we've got to deal with these 2 roles. So let's look at first your role, the author. So your job is basically to explain the patch, to explain your code to the reviewer. So bear in mind, the easiest way to do this is if that patch is really, really simple, so that it's easy and it's obvious to a reviewer that it's correct. Okay. Bear in mind you've spent probably many hours, days, months even debugging something, so you are the world's expert on this bit of code. It's possible, however, a reviewer may not be. So you're at an advantage. You've got to use all the knowledge you have to explain your code to the reviewer. Bear in mind that the reviewer, so there's sort of 2 types of reviewer. There's a reviewer who's a maintainer in the maintainer file and has been automatically assigned your patch, or there may be a drive-by reviewer who just saw your patch, probably the code was in an unmaintained area. So he's picked it up, because basically if the code is in an unmaintained area, then Alexandre gets it. So sometimes it's nice to help him out occasionally. So some people might pull a patch from an unmaintained area and review it. If that's the case, especially, then the reviewer is not necessarily an expert. Okay, so it's even more important then for the patch to be clear and simple. So what is the reviewer's role? To help, fundamentally. So you might get a response back from the reviewer, and you're annoyed because he doesn't like your patch. You think the reviewer's got it in for you or something like that. But the whole point, what the reviewer is doing is trying to help you, okay? We're all trying to improve wine, right? And there are basically two options he has. Well, I guess you can ignore it, but let's ignore that for a minute. So he'll either approve it, in which case you're essentially done, although more of that later, or he'll hopefully provide some, or they will provide, sorry, some constructive feedback. Again, the whole point of this process is to get a high quality submission into wine. Yep. So how does this go about? Well, there's going to be an interaction between you and the reviewer. So let's think about the workflow. So as a developer, I decided to write some code. People always say don't put code up in a presentation, but hopefully this is simple enough to work you through. There are some non-C programmers here, so I'll try and explain. The interesting bit between, I wish I'd got a point or something, but anyway, the interesting bit between the interesting bit is basically the indented code. So there are 5 lines that are indented, and that's basically forming a loop. Okay, and there are. So let's just look at the control flow through here. So basically 5 stages. So the first thing is research and code. So you look at the bug, you write then the code to fix the bug. So fine. So then I've introduced this thing called sleep, which literally just means you stop, and I'll talk about that in a while. Having slept, has anybody fallen asleep yet? I was threatening somebody might do. Maybe I will. So having slept, what we then want you to do is what I want you to do, this is a suggested scheme of how to do it. I think it might be quite useful for people to try this, is to then self-review their code. And out of that self-review, there are 2 options. It's either looks good to me, or I found something so I can go back and fix it. So if it doesn't look good, doesn't equal OK, then it goes to this continue statement, and the continuancy takes you back to the beginning of the loop. Okay, so you're going to go basically around those first 3 lines until the self-review is successful, until self-review is equal to OK. So once you get there, you submit it. Yay. Okay, so it's submitted. And now you're in essentially a wait. You're waiting for feedback. And as just mentioned, actually, the 2 outcomes of that are either positive feedback, which basically means upstreamed is true, that the reviewer has approved it. In that case, actually, then you just fall out the loop. If you've got negative feedback, upstreamed is negative, so you'll go back to the start of the process again. Okay, so that's kind of what the workflow will look like. So I thought we'd go through each one of these 5 steps, essentially. Start off with the research and code. And I'm sort of going to ignore the research side, just going to be talking about the code side, really. So when you're writing code, there are several easy things to get right. So let's try and get those out of the way, first of all. This is kind of a summary of it. There's a link in the next slide to the wiki, which has a few more points. But this is all about white space. So some of the obvious things are match the formatting of your new code. If you're just putting a few lines of code into a function, match the formatting with the existing code. So that's all about where the braces go and number of spaces and all that sort of thing. So typically, if you're writing maybe some new code and there's no obvious default in the file, then go for 4-space indents. Other things to watch out for are tabs. We basically want to avoid tabs. Tabs end up going to 8 spaces anyway, but just put in the 8 spaces. And then white space at end of line. So Git will usually spot that for you if you set up the white space, whatever it is, white space equals fix or whatever, it'll squash those for you anyway. And one of my personal ones is I really don't like I really don't like there not being spaces, double negative, around binary operations. So I find the former much more easier to read than the latter there on that last line. I think most people do that. But there's actually been a spate of recent commits where people have, usually from new starters, I don't really know why, because like some of us grew up with VT100 terminals where line length mattered of 80 characters, right? But these days, space is free, right? So just put it in. Okay, so those are all white space easy things to get right. All right, some more easy things to get right. So we usually prefer snake case to camel case, and likewise name over LP's SZ, XYZ, ABC. PQ name. And there's some more of those on that wiki link. Okay, so those are the sort of very easy things to get right. What's next? Well, to make your commits as understandable as possible, the easiest or the best thing to do is to keep them small. Okay, as small as possible. So yeah, diff stats like that to a viewer, and one of the first things you might see is a diff stat, and it's 700 lines of code. It's kind of a bit off-putting, right? So tens of lines of code is nice, right? Because that's something you can digest. There's no way anybody can digest that number. Well, I can't digest that many lines of code. So how do we keep the commit small? So the idea is to, well, the point is to keep one idea per commit. Each commit should be essentially a self-contained, almost atomic idea, okay? Sorry, I can't read what I've written. Right, sorry, so one idea per commit. And the overall feature, right, though, doesn't have to work in one go. It can be several commits can build up this feature. So don't implement it in one go, just build it up step by step. If there's some code that needs refactoring, refactor that first, so it's basically a change which has no functional difference. So that could be quite large, if it's just moving functions around in the file or something like that. So do that first, and then add the new stuff afterwards, right, in small commits. So the next thing is it's almost always possible to simplify. It's a slight over generalization. But if the commit is large, I've had many people sending commits and say, I can't possibly simplify, hundreds of lines commits say, I can't possibly simplify that further. And in the end, we made it much simpler. So it's usually possible. So think about trying to pull the things apart, maybe, well, going on to the next thing, for example, using helper functions is a great way to make stuff simpler. So let's actually talk about helper functions. Oops. So kind of as the name suggests, they help reduce commit size. So there are a few ways you can do this, or a few ways you can use them. So one way is if you're implementing a main function, your sort of master function, you could implement that first and have lots of calls to or a few calls to helper functions. And then the implementation of the helper function itself could be quite minimal in the first commit, and you can then flesh that out as you go through your subsequent commits. If you're using existing code, rather than cut and paste it, right, put that as a helper function. So your first commit then would be to move a bunch of code into a helper function, and have, again, no functional change to the existing code. And the second commit would be to call that helper function in a second implementation or something. They can also help. See, if your control flow, if you've got a really complicated control flow, it means probably there's lots of indentations. Nested switches is always a lovely one. More go-tos than just a simple go-to end. Then that's probably crying out for use of helper functions. And the one thing to watch out for, though, is don't write. So this happens quite often. People submit the first patch first commit with a helper function which isn't called. So that helper function is dead code. It's never being called. So don't do that, because that code never gets run. So you sort of do the first point now rather than the last point. Okay, so you write the calling function first, and then flesh out the helper function later on. Okay, so those are some ways we can simplify things when writing code. What else do we do when we're implementing things? We write some tests. So why do we write some tests? Fundamentally, to show that your implementation is correct. This is particularly true if you found a bug which needs a specific, slightly complicated behavior from Windows, for example. So you're going to write a test for that particular funky behavior. It also, by writing a test, you're actually showing the reviewer that you know what you're doing. And the reviewer can look at your test, try and figure out what you're doing. So it basically explains, it's a way of documenting the commit as well, right? And of course, if you add a test, you're essentially locking in that behavior. So that behavior is now future-proofed. It shouldn't regress, right? So how do we write the tests? Well, I'm not going to do a whole talk on test writing. But actually, this came up on the GitLab list today, I think. So there are a few ways of doing it. The ideal way is to write the test first with to-do lines around the tests. But the current implementation of wine is failing, right? So to-do wine basically inverts the test result when it's running under wine. So if it fails under wine, the to-do wine means it is essentially a success, right? And actually vice versa. So once you have the tests in, then write the implementation, and then with that second commit, or third or fourth or whatever it is, remove the to-do wines. So the reviewer, again, can see immediately that this particular commit is fixing these tests, right? Because you're removing the to-do wines at the same time. Sometimes that can be a bit tricky to do it that way around. Sometimes maybe you've got a loop, you're looping over a load of different conditions. So, and the to-do wines, sometimes it fails, sometimes it passes with the original implementation, and it gets rather messy to try and do that nicely. So if that's the case, then do it the other way around, write the implementation first and send the test in second. Or if it's reasonably small, just send it all in as one commit. So also try and keep the test simple. We're not usually so concerned about code quality in tests. Although sometimes it's, again, if you get hundreds and hundreds of lines of tests with no comments in, it's really hard to figure out what you're testing. So try and be a little bit smart about layout of the test so that, again, the reviewer can figure out what you're trying to show. Don't add way too many tests. So you want to sort of be a bit cleverer with the tests you actually end up sending in. Try and keep it concise in as way as you possibly can. And make sure, so this also occurred today, so make sure they pass after every commit. So that's why you've got that flip-flopping of the to-do wine in the first two lines there. You need to ensure, you need to run the test, and GitLab will do it, but we want the test to succeed at any point in the Git history, right? So after every single commit that you should check for the test run. Okay, so we've written some tests. What's kind of the last thing you do is to write a commit message. So again, there's lots of stuff on the website about this, but briefly, keep it in the imperative, so it basically looks like a command. Keep it short. That's often a bit difficult because the prefix, in this case foo, basically would mean you're sending in a patch into foo.dll. Well, that's nice, but there are some DLL names which are rather long, like 40 characters long. So there's no real set limit for the commit message, but keep it as short as you can. Okay. Avoid things like fix blah, like actually write what the commit is doing. And something to watch out for, see there's quite a bit, the word also, or perhaps and in a commit message. That's probably an indication, but you can split the commit. Right, not always, but sometimes it's an implementation, it's an indication that you can split the commit into two, because it sounds like it's doing two things, right? So some other points on commit messages. So once you've written the subject, the first line, then a more detailed explanation can follow. And that can be very useful for the reviewer. But if it starts to be more than about 2 paragraphs long, and it's a massive wall of text, then my eyes are going to glaze over, right? So be concise, write as much as you need to. If you're having to write the, I don't know, works of Shakespeare, then your patch is probably too complicated, right? In this point, also, if you're fixing a bug, include the bug ID. So one thing to note, again, this happens quite regularly. So you're writing this code. If you remember back to my original loop, you could be hitting this a second or third time after some feedback from either a self-review or from the reviewer. So you could be coming back to this commit the second time, third time. Make sure the commit the commit message is still relevant to the code. So people will often change, probably do a commit, git commit amend or whatever on the actual code. but then forget to update the commit message. So the commit message is completely out of date. Okay, so make sure you keep the commit message in sync with the actual code. And take your time, right? Just the last thing you do is you think, oh, I've done the code all works, I'm done now, just whack out some commit messages and send it in. But actually, it can take quite a while to think, to rephrase a decent commit message, and sometimes longer, actually, if the code is a trivial fix. So I've certainly spent longer thinking about the commit message than I have actually coding it. So those are my thoughts on the first phase of our 5. So the next thing I have is sleep. So why do we want to sleep? Well, many reasons. But the whole point now is to allow you to context switch, right? You've been coding, you've basically got tunnel vision. You've been sitting in front of your monitor all day coding this stuff. And so at that point, what you think you've written is at that moment, is the only way to do it, right? You convince yourself that this is the right way. That's not necessarily true. So if you go away, do something else, come back and take another look at it. You'll basically approach it. So what we're going to do next after this is some self-review. So you're going to do some code, you're going to go away, and you're going to come back and you're going to review the code again. So just stepping away, doing something else, and then actually sleeping is not a bad idea, right? Your subconscious is amazing. The stuff it does when you're asleep. You'll come back next time you look at this and say, I should have done this or should have done this. Right? So it just slows things down a bit. It also, this is in this loop, if you don't sleep, so from a reviewer's point of view, the reviewer has reviewed your code, he's maybe spent several hours or maybe an hour reviewing the code, writes some comments, sends them, goes and makes himself a cup of coffee, comes back and you've already sent in version n+1. It's kind of a bit stressful for the reviewer, right? So think of the mental health of the reviewer. So I was talking to Jer about this, I guess, last WineConf. And so he came up with the analogy that as a programmer, you're used to writing some code, running it through the compiler, and it spurts out a load of error messages. So you fix those error messages and send it back to a compiler, right? But that's not, the compiler is not human, right? But the reviewer is not a compiler. So just slow things down a bit. It's not going to matter if it takes another hour or so, right? But it'll just give you a more chance to think about things. It'll give a reviewer a chance to go and do something else, right? So just sleep. Okay, so we've slept. Come back, and now we're going to do some self-review. Okay, so everybody is probably, so self-review is basically the same as me reviewing your code, except you're doing it, right? Hence the name. But basically the steps involved in reviewing your own code are probably similar to the steps that a reviewer will do. And so this is probably quite personal to everybody here, but this is an idea of how you might do some self-review. So you can break it down into a few different parts. And maybe the first thing to do is to look at it as the commit as a global overview, right? So just look at everything. So the first thing you see when you're reviewing a patch is basically the commit message. So does that actually make sense? Do I understand what the commit message is saying? If I don't, then what am I doing? Okay. Then again, this is a global view. So is the formatting looking right? So the sort of all the stuff I just talked about, does that look right? Check it. There's a good time to check for free. So if you're malloc something, make sure you free it, and look at all the error paths. So you know, if you might malloc it at the top, and there might be a couple of return paths to make sure you're freeing everything. And same with releases. If you've got interface pointers or whatever, make sure you're releasing them. That's something you can do by just looking at the thing as a whole. And also, does the controller, is it easy to follow where the control flow is? Right. So if you've got nested switches or go-tos everywhere, right? It's not ideal. So can the control flow be simplified? So we've sort of given a global overview. So obviously, we'll look at a local overview. So what you want to do there is go through the code line by line, right? Is that line doing what you think it's doing? right? C can be a little bit of a strange language at times. Compilers usually catch operator precedence type things, but is the code doing what it's doing? Another thing to watch out for is return values for either libc functions, memcomp or whatever, or just Windows APIs, in fact. Windows APIs is a completely inconsistent set of return values. So if you're calling a Windows API and you're checking the result, well, are you checking the right result? So is it doing what you think? Is it necessary? Again, we're trying to simplify. So is that line actually needed for this patch, or is it just something else you've left in from debugging or some other version of this patch? Is it actually necessary? And then can it be split? So again, are there several ideas here that can be split into two? So what else with self-review? Yeah. So when you're reviewing, this might be the second or third iteration around that loop, you will have already had, in which case you've already had comments back. So have you addressed all of the comments that the reviewer has given you? And even from earlier versions. So if this is version 3 around the loop, you will have had comments in version 1 and version 2. So it's happened that I've reviewed patches in version 2 where the author has addressed my comments that I wrote in version 1. And then I had more comments on version 2, so they sent in a version 3. And although they'd addressed the comments that I'd written in the previous version, on the version 2, they'd then unflipped something from version 1. So you've got to kind of aggregate up all the reviewers' comments, right, and make sure you're addressing all of those comments all of the time. If you're doing this line-by-line review and you're finding it hard, well, the reviewer isn't going to find it much easier, right? So again, try and split the thing up. And the other thing to do is practice. I'm from the UK, so my practice is an S. So practice reviewing other people's code. So it's kind of a win-win situation. So you get to practice reviewing code, so you get better at that, and also the other person who your code review is also benefiting from it, right? So everybody, and somebody else is, and you're making it less hard work for other reviewers, right? So everybody should look at other people's code. Okay, so you've self-reviewed it. That is one of two results. You've either found a problem, in which case you continue, which means, as I said before, you go back to the beginning of the loop. So you basically get stuck executing those first 3 lines, those first 3 indented lines, until you believe that your code is correct, right? In which case self-review is okay. So then we can continue on to, continue was an unfortunate word, then we can carry on, on to submit. So we're going to send our merge request in. So we're going to create a merge request and send it in. So some notes about merge requests is keep them relatively small. So a merge request is basically a collection of commits. You want to keep that around 5 or fewer. Yeah. If you get more experienced, you can make that number bigger. If the patches are really simple and patch 1, patch 2, patch 3 are all basically the same thing, then you can get away with a few more. But try and keep that number, especially at the beginning, down to about 5. So it's fine. So if your entire implementation can't fit into 5 commits, that's fine. Just send in the first 5. Right? So it's fine to split. And once those are in, you can carry on with it. So why do you want to do that? Well, sending in more than 5 or so commits is just going to burn out your reviewer. We want to keep reviewers happy, right? Because that's the whole reason you're going to get your patch in. So reduce the stress in the reviewer by keeping the number of patches low. And the other reason to do that is that if there's a problem with the first patch and you've just sent in 522 patches, you're going to spam. Well, it's not actually such a problem anymore, but well, I guess if you're subscribed to the mailing list that sends out all the patches, you're going to get a lot of emails, right? So there's a cutoff. But anyway, it's still just a waste of effort. So just keep the merge request size down. So how do we do this? So you create the first merge request, send it in, and then wait until that is committed before sending in the next one, right? You don't just send in 2 or 3 merge requests at the same time. You want the first one to go in, and then wait. And then to preserve the discussion trail on GitLab, so we've had a few people not do this recently. Well, rather, they've got a review from the first version and they've closed that MR and then opened another MR with a revised set of patches. That's then lost the original comments, right? So if you should then push the version 2 patches to the same MR. Okay, that means that all the comments, your feedback you've had is in one place. And sort of similarly, when you split a merge request, so sometimes you create a merge request and maybe 5 patches, and then after the first review, you're basically told to split the first commit a few times. You end up growing more and more patches. You may end up with 10, 11, 12 patches. It's probably getting a bit too much for one merge request. You want to split the merge request, maybe take the first 5 patches and put it in another one. When you do that, reference write a note about the old merge request in the new merge request, and then GitLab will create a bidirectional link. So both merge requests have links to the other merge request. Okay, so again, that preserves the trail of comments. Okay, so we've submitted it. So what are we going to do next? We're going to wait for feedback. So it's mentioned already, actually. So the result of feedback is either going to be it's going to be upstreamed. If it's upstreamed, you'll just fall out of a while loop. If it's not upstreamed, you'll have some comments to go back to, and then this will loop around to the top again, and we'll start again. Right? So the whole point, you're waiting for feedback, so you're going to get some feedback. So how to respond to feedback? So look at everything and digest it all. Right? Read everything that the reviewer has said. If you don't understand, it's probably a good idea just to think about it for a bit. Right? Don't go, oh, I don't understand this, what do you mean, straight away. Just think about it for a bit more. If you still don't understand, then it's fine to ask. Okay? So when you're going back and fixing up your code, ensure that you address all of the comments. One important thing actually is that one comment, so that you might have several white space issues, for example, the reviewer is probably just going to highlight the first of those. And he might say, ah, well, there's some more below, but he's not going to tag each line in GitLab and enumerate them all. So if a reviewer has made a comment, you need to make sure that that comment, if there are any other instances of that same area or same issue, you need to fix those up as well. Okay, so be careful about that, because that's often people just fix up the one that the reviewer has highlighted. It's not a race, so just take it easy. Right? Well, what happens if you didn't get any feedback? So in fact, you're basically stuck in this waiting for feedback and you're blocked. Couple of things might be happening. The reviewer may have looked at it and thought, oh, I'm not going to look at that, it's way too complicated. I'll put it to the back of my priority queue. So if you don't hear anything back, it may be an indication that you need to look at it again. You are, of course, always free to, able to ask, right? So if you don't hear anything and you've looked at your patch and you think it's fine, then just ask. And with GitLab now, so if your MR hasn't got a reviewer, so you've worked on a bit of code, I was about to say unmaintained code, but that's not right, code that doesn't have a maintainer, then you can actually assign a reviewer yourself. It's probably polite to ask that person on IRC before you just give them some more work, right? But you can do that. So hopefully at this point, if we've got through the loop, and I've just added actually a final step. So we've got out of the loop. We're going to hit finalize. So what does that mean? Well, this is easy. This is the easy bit. We basically have success. So one thing to add here, which is why I added it, was if you fixed a bug, then you should update the bug, preferably with the SHA of the commit that fixes it. And you can then party. I believe there's a really good pub next to the hotel. Maybe we should try that one night. No. So, yeah, hopefully I've given you some idea of how to keep things simple at least. Some things to bear in mind are to address all the feedback you get, take your time, and good luck. That's it. Any questions? Because it was too complicated. Yes.
There a certain amount of time where it's so long the reviewer has lost the context of understanding your code?
Yes, good point. Connor was asking whether can you sleep too long, basically. Yep. And actually, I should have mentioned that. Yes. So being responsive is also good, right? Because after a week, for example, the reviewer is losing the context of what you've written. So although I don't necessarily want the patch straight to the next version straight away, within the next day or so is kind of a good. So that's what. So if you treat that sleep as a literal sleep, right? So 24 hours or whatever. Well, 8 hours, but the turnaround time of 24 hours is reasonable. Yeah. Sleep once, yeah. Don't sleep forever. Any more? There was one question which I ended up forgetting to read on Matrix during Alexandre's talk, which was about GitLab. What was it?
How's
it was
affected this workflow?
Well, yeah. How has it affected Alexandre's workflow, or how has it affected?
Any points contributors should take to make sure they have a good chance of having their work noticed. We are currently more than 100
Yeah. Well, that's kind of a point of a talk. So I refer the questioner to my earlier comments. It's like there's suddenly there's a bit of noise behind me and it's you, so I can't hear you.
Single patch match requests require title. What do you use for the title? Do you just copy the title?
To the title? Yeah. Of the merge request. Yeah, I don't really care what the title of a merge request is, to be honest, but I think by default it'll just use the first patch, right? And yeah, just using the. If you've got more, then maybe it's more sensible to be a bit more creative with the title. But if it's just a single patch, yeah.
Before using Gitlab, there was the possibility of that only a portion of part of the patches in the merge request were approved and the others not.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things of using Gitlab is that the whole merge request has to be approved.
It's all or nothing.
Right?
Yep.
So would you say that now it makes more sense to make some parts that maybe do not make much sense on their own in the merge request, but because if that patch is approved, the next patch will. So it makes more it is more acceptable now to have those dangling bits while you are building the merge request, or you think that we should still care a lot of these transitional stages of the merge?
Right. I'm trying to think how to summarize that for the stream. So basically the question was about, in the old days, people would send in a collection of patches and we could commit the first 3 of 7, let's say. With GitLab, it's basically either all or nothing. I mean, that's actually a very good reason to keep the number of commits in an MR small. Right, so that the approver or the reviewer can at least approve if the chance of the first n patches being being correct is more if n is a small number, right? So the transitional thing I didn't quite understand. I mean, you don't need to do 5 patches. So if it makes sense to stop after 3, just send in the first 3 commits.
Yes, because if you want to do a dissect, you want every single state in the tree to be correct.
I didn't think it was about tests, but was your question about tests?
I know that tests must pass exactly because by sex, right? But I was more thinking of isolated parts of the code that maybe does not make sense on their own, not that code, but transitional. Yeah, transitional code. Sometimes it is hard to make. It's a very large change.
Right. Okay, so you're writing right. So you're going from A to B via C.
Right.
Right. I think it's okay to leave that transitional code in as long as it can't be rubbish, but as long as it's going somewhere. It's fine to stop the merge request after you've gone from A to what we do, A to C, right? And then the second merge request from go to C to B, if that's what you. Right, where you can either then add a link to your branch, your development branch, or that's a perfect. There's space you can use in the you can add a GitLab comment or something to. This isn't the final solution, but it's getting there, and explain what you're doing. I think that's fine.
So in the past, it's done to resend a complete patch request, patch set, so that the reviewer could see where you are going.
Well, so now you can just send a link to your branch, for example. Do you want to come up here?
Yeah, the camera.
I was just going to say, personally as a reviewer, and maybe this doesn't apply to everyone, but when I review a patch set, I'm reviewing them one at a time. Like I review the first one without looking at anything else, and the second one and third one. And sometimes you're gonna have patches where the direction needs to be explained, but I think that's the point I'm trying to get across is your patches should stand alone and be sensible improvements. And if you need to explain the direction, that should be part of the patch subject, I think. Yeah, that's something of an answer to that question. I don't know if that's the way I approach it.
So patches of similar nature, but from different modules.
Yeah.
They should separate merge requests because they could be approved by different persons.
Yes, but we can have several. Sorry, yes. So the question was if there are similar patches, there's a series of patches which are similar but in different modules, should they be split into separate MRs? Depends, I guess, Alexandre, any view? I mean, my view would be it depends on how complicated the patch is. We can have several reviewers per MR. And yeah.
Like if you have 50.
Yeah, I think it depends basically on the complexity and on how many there are. The thing is, we can now assign multiple reviewers, so you can touch 10 different modules and we get 10 different reviewers. The thing is, I'm not going to commit until all the reviewers have approved the merge request. So if you have 10 of them and one of them is on vacation, then it won't go in. So it's better to keep it small, but it's okay if it touches like three modules, that's fine.
Go on.
Would you discourage developers from trying to implement new complex things? If you're somebody who needs to review, is it better to work on existing things and fix those rather than try to make new things?
I don't know. Sometimes making new things is easier because you've got a blank canvas, right? You can kind of do it your own way. Sorry. The question was, would I encourage new developers to work on existing features, improving existing features rather than implementing new stuff, I guess, basically. I don't know if I would. I think new developers should do what they want to do within the constraints of our employment contract. But I don't think there's, I mean, it can be, if you end up starting a particularly complicated thing, it can be tricky. Sure. Right. Yeah. But there's no reason why, if you find a bit of something that needs implementing in Wine, from scratch, it could be easy. So I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would encourage either way. Any more?
Simple patches. Okay, to put them both in the same merge request.
Okay, so I'll remember this time. If the question was, before Jeremy tells me off for the third time. Wait. The question was, if there are two unrelated patches and they're simple, can they go in the same merge request? Probably not in that case. It would be simpler just to put them in separate merge requests. There's no upper limit to a number of merge requests. Right? And in that case, you could probably send them in at the same time. I said at one point, hold off sending in the second one, but if it's completely unrelated, it should go in a separate merge request. Right, sure. Alexandre says not too many at once. Right, but he specifically said two, so. Yeah, I mean, that's actually, yeah, people sending in like 5 unrelated merge requests, each with 5 patches in, for example, on the same day is, yeah, they're not going to go to the top of the priority list, right? Well, we good?
Okay, so hello and welcome. Today we're going to talk a little bit about how the transition of wine to the Gitlab has happened. So this is a very long origin story that started during WineConf 2019, so that predates the times I've joined people working on Proton and on wine. The idea was discussed. The first attempt to write a bridge was planned. People started to writing that bridge, and it turns out that mapping something as freeform as emails to the constraints of GitLab, which operates on Git concepts, is super hard because people tend to mess up those emails a lot. Like they send patches as attachments, they mess up the headers, they mess up the formatting, and just doesn't really work. And whenever you think you've got everything right, people find a way to screw you. And I've worked for, on free desktops, Patchwork, which is basically the same thing. It's a patch tracker that tries to integrate mailing lists for the use of CI systems. It was miserable. Like, basically, every single week there was a person finding a way to break our patch detection and parsing. So eventually, people have gave up, and this whole thing fizzled out, and there was no WineConf 2020 to follow up on. So then we started doing some changes to Proton development process, which is mostly done internally, because there were builds were very tedious. Spinning a VM, it was hard, so we started moving that to containers. Also, building things locally to upload them somewhere, to share it with QA for testing, and uploading that to Steam by hand, like using some weird scripts. That was very tedious on Andrew, who is a previous maintainer. And we decided to start using some kind of CI for that, and just embraced GitLab CI and MRs as for that particular purpose. So the workflow is more or less like that most of the developers still can push directly to Proton, but whenever there is something that would require testing ahead of merge, they can create MRs and they just get out automated builds spit out for them. And it's easy to link to QA. It's also like a nice to have compile checks if it's some trivial backport like cherry pick. So everything was automated. And some wine developers that were initially skeptical of the transition started to thinking that, like, yeah, maybe that GitLab thing is not as bad as I have thought. So that started changing some minds already. Then there was Andrew's crackpot idea. That's a subject of the email I've got. And it was to make a prototype of GitLab workflow for wine for Alexandre. Since I had some experience with patch parsing and setting up the internal instance, and including the unfortunate email bridge. So What we've did is to change the script a little bit. So this time we decided to play on GitLab's rules. That means the only way to contribute would be MRs, because parsing patches as emails is super hard and you are not going to get it right, ever. And instead of the bridging changes this way, so we started sending those MRs as patch series to the mailing list. And that worked okay. There were like some rough corners in codings, patch size limits, but over time I think we've got that a lot better. Then basically you can reply to all those emails on the mailing list, and they should get posted as a comment on the merge request in GitLab, which kind of works because, you know, comments are freeform. There are some issues with formatting one way or the other, but definitely it's much less miserable than parsing patches. And Newman set up instance for us, and I started working on the bridge. It was an okay experience. Alexandre liked it, I think, because like it take off. So he made the switch, and now poor Jeremy is maintaining the bridge. And Jeremy, I'm deeply sorry. Okay. So this is how it all started, and I guess now Alexandre will tell you how it's going right now.
This one, no. Okay, that's better. Yes, so I guess thank you to Alec and Newman and Jeremy and everybody who helped with the GitLab setup. We now have a working GitLab, and personally I'm very happy with it. It's not perfect. I mean, GitLab has bugs and annoyances like any other tool, but to me, it's really a nice improvement, and I guess most people here feel that way. Not everybody, I know. Some people hate it. So, to recap a little the roadmap that I proposed for the transition to GitLab and see where we are with that. So the first step was to switch to using merge requests instead of email patches. We've done that. It works. Most people are happy to submit merge requests. People who are not are just no longer submitting anything, so we don't know about them. If Dimitri is watching, hi. We had to import the wine projects, so we imported most of them. Project like our private version of Bugzilla, like the One Issue website, VKD3D. Incredibly, Henri accepted that we migrate VKD3D to GitLab. We still have a couple of projects that we would like to import, like Wine Mono and Wine Staging. Probably happen at some point. We have the mailing list gateway, thanks to Alec and Jeremy. I think it's mostly for Zeb at this point, but it's working. It's not as nice as it could be. Especially mails sent to the mailing list are then reflected into GitLab in a way that's not very nice to read on the GitLab side. So maybe we can find a way to improve that. And we have a mechanism to assign reviewers to the merge request automatically. That's very nice. Again, thanks to Jeremy for doing that. So based on the maintainers file, it will automatically assign the reviewers. Whereas previously I had to do that by hand, which meant that there was a long delay between when a patch was sent and when the reviewer was notified that they were assigned. Usually it took a day because it would only update when I pushed the commits. So right now the reviewers are assigned within minutes of the submission, so that's very nice improvement. And we changed the sign-off policy. We had a policy that all the patches should have a sign-off by. We are now using GitLab approvals for that. So as a reminder, you no longer need to add a sign-off byte to every patch. This is, the reviewer will approve them in GitLab, and there's a script that will add GitLab Git notes to the commits when they are pushed, so that we can basically refer to the approvals when viewing the patches. What's in progress now is to use the GitLab CI for the builds, for the tests, for basically everything you can use it for. It's very powerful. It's one of the main reasons for switching to GitLab, in my opinion. And we are only just starting to take advantage of that. I'm going to go into more details later. I'm hoping at some point we can move the wine wiki to GitLab. This would have the advantage that you no longer need to create a separate account on the wiki, getting approved and learning a different syntax. The GitLab wiki is all markdown, so it's the same syntax as patches and everything. So I think that would be a good change. And then there's the open question of whether we want to use the GitLab bug tracker instead of Bugzilla. On the plus side, Bugzilla we have is pretty old. It's a pain to maintain. We have a lot of local changes that need to be redone every time we upgrade. So GitLab bug tracker would be much nicer, much better integrated with the rest of the development system. The downside is the GitLab bug tracker doesn't seem all that good, especially not as powerful as Bugzilla. So maybe we need to wait until GitLab improves the bug tracker. We'll see. So I want to talk a bit more about the GitLab CI and what we are trying to use it for. So the first very important point is to run the tests, which we have never actually done. I mean, we have a test bot, but it has never been able to run the full test suite on every patch. So that's still something I have to do by hand. I very much want to change that. And I want the GitLab CI to become the reference platform for the tests. Right now, the reference platform is my box at home. So I'm the only one who can tell whether a patch actually succeeds, because it's only on my box that it succeeds. It has to succeed. So that doesn't scale. So I'm hoping we can have GitLab be the reference so that everybody can see the test results and make sure that the tests pass on that platform and not on my home box. We want to do the daily test runs that are currently done by the test bot, and basically replace the test bot, do, if possible, everything that the test bot is doing through GitLab. The test bot is, I don't know how many millions of lines of Perl code. So, for instance, the CI script for running the test is maybe 50 lines of YAML code in GitLab. So it's a very nice improvement. So where are we with that? At this point, with the GitLab CI, we are building every commit on Linux, making sure that it builds both 32 and 64-bit. We are building every commit on macOS, so make sure that changes don't break the build on macOS. That's very nice, because I don't have a macOS box, so I couldn't test that. So now GitLab is doing it for me. And we are, as of last week, running the full test suite on every merge request, which is a major milestone. We've never done that before. There are still some tests that are a bit flaky, so there will be the occasional failure. We still need to fix these up as we find them, but it's still very helpful. And this means once it works, it means I no longer have to run the tests on my box. And the very nice thing with that is that it should make it possible for other people to also approve and merge the merge request. At this point, I'm the only one who has maintainer access because I need to run all the tests on my box before merging anything. So once GitLab does that, anybody, well, some people could potentially become maintainers. I don't trust all of you, just some of you. And we are running the daily Linux tests, so that's the full test run that's submitted to the test.wineissue.org website, so that you can see the page with all the red, which will hopefully become green at some point. I'm working on that. So we are doing that on Linux at the moment. And we are creating the GitLab releases from the CI. Well, that's just a detail, but it's an example of something that also a few lines of CI code just to create the releases and update the website and take care of everything. So it's really nice. It's powerful, that GitLab CI stuff. So what else do we want to do with the CI? So we want to run the tests on Windows to make sure that we don't introduce failures on Windows. On Windows, we only need to run the tests that have been changed because, of course, if you change the wine code, it's not going to change the results on Windows. So we need to add that. We need to run the daily test suite on Windows. So we need a bunch of Windows VMs like we have now on the test bot. We need to add these to GitLab and run the test suite on different versions of Windows. And hopefully at some point we can add more platforms for running the tests, like a platform with the real graphics hardware so that we can test the D3D code. And maybe at some point on ARM64 platform so we can test the build and run the tests on ARM. I've never tried the full test suite on ARM. I have no idea how many failures there are, but it would be interesting to try that. I'm hoping to also at some point move the reviewer assignment to the CI so that it's triggered by sending a new merge request instead of having the mail gateway watch the list and then assign the reviewers and so on. It would be a cleaner way to do it. And hopefully at some point we can also build the packages for wine releases directly from GitLab instead of using the OpenSUSE build system that we are using now. That will also be a much cleaner way of doing it. Okay, that's all I had. Any questions? Discussions? Hate about GitLab?
Is he plan to completely rewrite the CI infrastructure from scratch rather than using anything the testbot has? And if so, it seems to be that way. So why are we not using the testbot, any of the testbot code?
So the question is, why are we doing the GitLab CI from scratch instead of reusing the testbot code? Well, if you look at the testbot code, that should probably answer your question. But I mean, there's a lot of code in the testbot that GitLab is doing. I mean, there's a lot of duplication, basically. And the testbot code is all Perl, and basically only Francois understands it at this point. So the hope is that by using GitLab for that, then it's code we no longer have to maintain, and we can simply maintain a small script, a bunch of scripts, and not the entire infrastructure.
There are a lot of hard lessons Francois learned about QEMU that I think that knowledge will be captured and reused.
Sure, there are a few things like all the Windows VMs. I mean, we can reuse the Windows VMs, and using QEMU to launch the VMs and all that stuff can be reused, except instead of being called from the test bot, is going to be called from a GitLab runner, basically. But yeah, well, on the Windows VM side, it's going to be pretty much the same. So the question is, do we have a plan for submitting diffs and executables? Not yet. So yeah, that's one of the things we need to find a way of doing that. Diffs can actually be done by pushing a commit. Executables are a bit more tricky. Well, at this point, you have to create a merge request, but it's easy to change the CI script to just run whatever you'd like to run when you push a commit. Yes, you can. I mean, we don't have support for that at the moment in the CI scripts, but it's fairly easy to add. Right now, the CI script only runs on a merge request, but you can add a different CI script that runs on push and do whatever you want. And you can actually change it for every commit. So as you push your commit, you can also push changes to the CI script to run the tests the way you want them. So the only thing is really the executables. And I'm hoping we can find a way of doing that so that, for instance, we no longer have to maintain separate accounts for testbot. Everybody already has a GitLab account, so it should be possible to reuse that, not have to manage multiple accounts for the same reason as the wiki and Bugzilla and so on. Yes?
Security. So, I mean, I guess that's one of the points. Right now, you cannot just create an account to testbot. You have to be approved. And I always figured out, that was to, I mean, have at least a vague idea of who is going to submit a written report to the testbot, because, I mean, there might be security concerns. How does that change now?
Yeah, so the question is, right now we have, when we create a testbot account, we have to get approved so that we can control who is submitting code, because you can, of course, submit arbitrary code. I mean, it's the same with GitLab. We have to create an account, and obviously we cannot verify that you are not going to abuse your account. It's all running in VMs and containers, so I think the risk is not that big, and anyway, we are going to watch it and see what's happening. But yeah, the truth is, if you really want to abuse it, there's probably a way, either with GitLab or with the testbot. So far, nobody has tried to abuse it. So, any other questions? Yes. So someone pushed crypto mining. That can happen, yeah.
Question on Matrix. Any points contributors should take note of to make sure they have a good chance of getting their work noticed? There are currently 100+ merge requests.
So see Huw's talk. Yeah, basically, if your merge request is in the queue for a long time, then probably it's too complicated. It's not well explained. It doesn't point to a bug explaining why you're making the change. So yeah, basically the usual advice. And one thing you can do also is to, from time to time, make sure your merge request is still relevant. So you have to rebase on top of the latest Git, which in turn will mark it as updated. So it will increase the chance that someone will look at it. Basically, it gets to the top of the queue. But don't do that every day. But if your merge request has been in a queue for a month, then maybe you have to rebase, make sure it still works, and that will refresh it and make it more likely that someone will look at it.
There's another question just asked. In my recent submission, I found the CI system to discover build or test issues with my MRs, which are easily fixed, hopefully in a single repush, but sometimes it takes several attempts, and the MR turns into a big mess of ugly messages. Is this bad or hurting the chances of getting your MR accepted?
No, as long as the test, do you have to repeat even if it's on the chat? Okay. So yeah, the question was if the tests are failing and you have to re-push and they still fail and you push again and after about 10 tries they finally succeed. No, I think that's fine as long as the tests succeed in the end. Basically, all I look at is the pipeline state, and if it's all green, then good. Sometimes it would be marked as a failure when it's actually not a failure because some of the tests fail. Some of the tests are flaky and will fail. So if it's a failure, I would usually look to make sure it's a real failure. But if it's all green, then it's perfect. Right. The failure needs to be something that I know has been failing before, and I've been running the test every day on my box, so I have a pretty good idea of what tests are actually likely to fail or happen to fail sometimes. So. More questions?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Will we get macOS tests?
The question is, will we get macOS tests? Yes, possibly. The only issue is making them pass. Because once they are enabled in GitLab, they really need to succeed. So otherwise, the pipeline will always show a failure. So we need to make them pass, and then once they pass, there's no reason we couldn't enable them. We have a Mac setup just for that, so we can run the test on it. Yes. So the question is, we have only one Linux configuration. Do we want to add more Linux configurations like different locales and things like that? Yes, I think that's the plan. Probably not as many as we have on the testbot currently, because we are now running the full test suite. So if we run the full test suite on 10 different locales, it's going to take a day for every merge request. But we can certainly have other VMs and make it possible to run the test on them. Again, what you need to do is when you push your changes, you push a change to the CI script to change the GitLab runner that it's using, basically. It's not implemented yet, but it's easy to do. That said, I'm not sure how much value there is in running in 10 different locales. Because if you look at the testbot results, they basically all the same results across locales except for 1 or 2 tests. So that may not be worth running the full test suite on all of these all the time, just for 1 or 2 failing tests.
So similarly on Windows, do you plan to take most of the configurations from Windows 7 to
So same question on Windows. Do we plan to have multiple Windows VMs across all versions? Ultimately, yes. The thing I want to avoid is what we have now with the testbot, where we have I don't know how many VMs with I don't know how many failures each, so that everything is red, basically. So what I would like to do is to add VMs one at a time and make sure they succeed. So for instance, if we add a Windows 11 VM, then we add one, and then we work on fixing the test before adding anything else. So it will take time. I don't expect we will have as many VMs as we have on the testbot right now in the near future. But they should succeed, which they don't at the moment, and there's simply no other path to making them succeed. I don't think anybody is going to fix the Windows 7 tests anytime soon. Other questions?
just to establish this, there's been relatively small amounts of disagreement, so this change is permanent. Is that correct?
Yes, this is permanent. It's not going to go away.
I'm giving people the opportunity to raise their pitchforks.
Sure, if you hate GitLab, then speak up. I mean, I can understand it's not perfect. There are a number of bugs, there are a number of things that are annoying with GitLab. I do think it's much better than the emailing batches mechanism that we had before, which was not perfect either, far from that. Maybe at some point there will be something that's so much better than GitLab that we will switch. But hopefully GitLab will improve, and at some point we may be able to improve it ourselves. I mean, it's all open source, so I haven't yet figured out how to build it. But once I do, then we can accept patches to GitLab and maybe upstream the patches or use, we are running our own GitLab so we can patch it if necessary. Anything else? Yes.
I just want to congratulate all of you for doing this. It takes, weirdly enough, it takes a lot of courage in an open source community to resist GitHub and to install your own instance of GitLab and not just use the rest of GitLab. There aren't many projects that have taken this on. A lot of credit as the wine community for being willing to take on to make everybody's favorite solution.
Thank you. So yeah, Bradley is thanking us for using GitLab and not GitHub or some other proprietary thing. Of course, GitHub being Microsoft, I mean, it's a fairly obvious choice to not using them.
Actually, it does bring up, I had made the foolish offer. Bradley, would you mind speaking for a moment on the, because the Conservancy was thinking of trying to offer some service along these lines for member projects, and I had offered to participate in that.
Yeah, and that actually was on me.
Okay.
I talked earlier, there's been other things going on that have had my attention in the last few months. But we are trying at SFC to offer more hosting services, not just SFC projects, but to the community in general. We're starting that slowly, and I think we want to collaborate to the extent to which there might be an opportunity for GitLab. Certainly at SFC, we would like to see more of our projects self-hosting, avoiding proprietary solutions like GitHub. And I think there are some opportunities to collaborate. Some of what I've been hearing in your talk, I think that makes it a little bit more difficult because your needs are a little bit more intensive because you've got other platforms you have to test against that most of our projects don't. So we'll just have to sort of keep talking about how much that is. But we really appreciate your offer of working with other SFC projects, some of which do want to have GitLab instances of their own. We're trying to take a multifaceted approach because, as you said, there is some negative feedback about GitLab, and not every project's going to want self-hosted GitLab. So we're trying to take as many approaches as we can, and we're actually, I just put a grant application in for stuff regarding hosting to a major grant maker. So we're hoping to get funding at SFC to provide non-proprietary hosting for open source. I never thought I'd be in a world where I had to say, like, we have to resist the proprietary software for developing open source software, but that is where we are. And so anyway, I congratulate you all for resisting it. So
Thank you. And yeah, if we can help, I mean, we now have a lot of experience with GitLab, so hopefully this can benefit other projects.
This cause the merge request to be rejected, or?
Sometimes. The question is, testbot is still sending test results. When there are test failures, is it sending comments to to the commits, so does this cause the changes to be rejected? Sometimes, but I mean, it's the issue we had before, is that the testbot cannot really be trusted. There are so many false positives. Sometimes it's clearly a real problem, and in that case it doesn't get merged. Sometimes it's not clear, it may be a false positive and it gets ignored. So that hasn't really changed. Hopefully it will change with the GitLab CI, and the results can be trusted again. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you.
Good morning, or I should say now afternoon, everyone. I'm Zeb Figura. I am a contributor or maintainer of the wine staging project. I suppose there are certainly people here who I was not quite anticipating, I guess, when I wrote this, but may not have a background in what wine staging is. The project was started about more than that. It was started in 2014, I think. So about 8 years ago, by Eric Hoover, Michael Müller, and Sebastian Lackner. It is eventually, resolved to be a place where patches would, where patches that were not quite ready for wine would live until they were improved or got enough testing to be, ready and convincing upstream. In 2018, Michael Müller and Sebastian Lackner stepped down and have largely stepped down from the wine project as a whole. And Alistair Leslie Hughes and I together took over the set of patches that they had been maintaining. And in 2019, we also added Paul Goffman to that team. Neither Alistair nor Paul was able to make it this year, so I am going to give my usual discussion on how wine staging has progressed for the past few years. So this is my favorite graph. Like Alexandre, I started my talk out with a lot of graphs. This graph shows the number of patches in wine staging, and they are organized into sets of sometimes one, but sometimes, as many as 50, related patches that would be part of a series. So this shows how the number of patches has decreased over the past 3 years, and similar number of patch sets. 3 years ago we had 900 patches, which is a lot. Now we have 600, which is a lot, but a third less. So it's nice to see we're making some progress in cutting down that diff to a more maintainable size. And just for a bit of extra context, this is the diff from when Alistair and I started working on the project. Or when we took in those patches, there were 1,200 patches. So what we now have is actually, we have just recently basically hit the halfway point. We have gotten rid of, and we have upstreamed or replaced half of the patches in wine staging, which is, I suppose, is the kind of accomplishment I was pleasantly surprised to find when I made this graph. But there's still quite a lot that we would like to. Well, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it still feels very. We still feel very harried with all the patches that we have to spend time fixing and upstreaming and rebasing. But it's at least nice to take a look every so often and see the progress we've made. And then here's my least favorite graph. And this is the graph that shows the number of patches we have disabled. We really do not like to disable patches because, a patch that's in wine staging is a patch that's not upstream, which is not really desirable. But a patch that is disabled is even worse because it's doing nobody any good. And the longer a patch stays disabled, the harder it is going to be to rebase eventually. 3 years ago, we had less than 50. We now have more than 50. There were some periods over the past 3 years where we had over 200. There are a few things that contributed to this. One is that we had some very large changes to very core areas of wine, including NTDLL and more recently the user drivers. as part of the broader WoW64 effort and PE conversion effort. Unfortunately, a lot of the difficult patches in wine staging touch those areas. There are a lot of patches to NTDLL and to the display drivers. And so, unfortunately, some of those were difficult to rebase and had to be temporarily disabled, or temporarily disabled, where temporarily means permanently. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of effort to fix a lot of these patches now. I think, so as for, how things are going right now, we have, as I've said, we have about 600 patches across 200 patch sets, which is a lot of patches to maintain. As Arik, given his talk, Arik has, roughly 400 or 500 patches in Proton to maintain. If you discount all of the ones that are already upstream and not really concerned. And that's a lot, oh dear. That's a lot. That's more than anyone wants. We have even more than that. And we are a small team of volunteers, as opposed to a larger team of Codeweavers employees. Unfortunately, what's left to upstream is the hard patches. There was a time 3 years ago when we could look at a patch, take an hour or two maybe to fix up the style, and then submit it right upstream, and it would get accepted. Now, I think the average patch I look at will take days, or if not weeks, to, really look at and fix correctly. But, so, I would like to, as usual, call for help upstreaming and fixing these patches. I would also like to take a minute to test how wine staging is doing with its current goals, stated goals of being firstly a place where patches could get improved before they're upstream, gradually, bit by bit, perhaps, where patches can live while they're being improved, and secondly, as a place where patches can get tested. With regard to the first part, we simply don't have the effort to spend on improving patches. That effort goes to, towards, either fixing them completely, when we can, or just simply isn't there. As for testing, I think that wine staging has actually been a very successful test ground when it's used. There are some particular examples I can think of patches that spent some time in wine staging, got a lot of user testing, and those tests were exposed a lot of latent bugs with the patches that were then fixed. And just to throw out some names for people who are familiar, the junction points patches, my thread ID alert patches, the MF Media Foundation patches, I think, the raw input patches were among these that were improved. But there are a lot of people who don't use wine staging, and patches that I'll just say it is not a very commonly used resource, and yeah.
Is that really true? My sense is that much use of wine.
Users, yes. Oh, yes. Users use wine staging. Developers do not so much, and I think which is a bit unfortunate, because I think the stated purpose of wine staging as it is more of a developer resource than a user resource. I think if users want a maximally featureful resource, there are others that are a lot more usable than wine staging. For example, Lutris packages a lot more patches that, hacks that actually help people, because users don't care about how good a patch is or if it's in the right direction. They would rather use a hack that works. And I don't fault them for that, of course, but in wine staging, we don't want to maintain hacks. I think wine staging is more of a developer resource than anything else at this point. I think it's an open question whether more developers should use wine staging, but I do wonder if people don't consider that it's a resource available to them. I think that it'd be something to consider. So with that said, nothing I've really said is new. This has been the state of wine staging for, since I joined the project. So I thought I would do something a little new this time and talk about these hard patches that we have. A lot of the hard patches we have are patches that are fundamentally going in the right direction. It'll take some effort. Someone just needs to spend the time to look at them and fix the style and structure and whatnot. Some of them are harder, patches that have been wine staging that it's not really clear to me how they can be upstream, if they can be. So I've got a short list, and I don't want to have a whole group discussion right now about how to upstream these patches. I just want to take some time to bring these patches to people's attention so that maybe they can think about them for a while, and perhaps in the hallway tracks, maybe come up with some ideas. Come up with some ideas on your own. Basically, I want to bring it to these attention that these are problems worth solving, and if I tell this to enough people, maybe some people have some ideas about how we can fix these things upstream. So the first one is we have the single biggest bug, if you track by number of duplicates, is applications that want the core fonts, where core fonts is basically this set of fonts that applications expect to be present, especially the CEF renderers. So this is Arial, Times New Roman, and Courier New. There's a couple other fonts there's other fonts that applications expect to be present, which Wine doesn't ship. For example, Microsoft Sans Serif. There are CJK fonts that I forget the name of. I think Yahoo is one. There's Symbol, a few others that I don't want to go and get into an exhaustive list. Currently, Wine Staging has a patch to replace these with the Liberation fonts, which are metrically compatible. So there's a question of, do we want to import the Liberation fonts? Is the license compatible? And also, because applications need to have the exact same name, can we ship a Liberation font that is? Can we ship a Liberation font and call it Arial, even though it's not Arial? I don't know the answers to these, but I think that's a discussion I'd like us to have. Another one is the Windows Memory Manager will allocate most memory by default from a bottom up. That does not match the Linux Memory Manager, which allocates top down. So it'll allocate high addresses first, then low addresses. Some programs depend on getting memory that is below a certain point. They will assume that some number of high bits are 0 and then use them for their own purposes, because apparently 64 bits is not enough space to, just use a separate field in your structure. There was an attempt to basically implement more of a memory manager in Wine, which was rejected, and I don't really know what the path forward for this is now. So I think this is something that would be great to talk about and maybe brainstorm. Another patch which was submitted upstream and did not get anywhere was we generate file associations for we generate shell associations for all file types that Windows does, so that users can open so that if you install Microsoft Office, you can just automatically open a ODS, or excuse me, a .doc or something, and it will automatically open Wine, which is great, but less great if you open your .txt and that launches Wine in Notepad. I don't think most users want that, so we've had patches to suppress those extensions for built-in programs, but those did not get upstream, and I am not really sure myself how to improve them. So I think if this is something we could look at in the archives and figure out if we can find a better way to do that. A fourth one is we in Wine Staging have a patch that instead of implementing a built-in theme, we defer to the GTK rendering engine to basically theme Wine applications so they look like native applications. There's some, I think there's some question about whether we, want to do this upstream. I think there's, on the one hand, on one hand, you get, applications look like native is great. It allows you to customize applications a lot more easily than writing your own whole entire Windows theme, which is a lot of work. On the other hand, it doesn't really fit well with the way the Windows theming engine is arranged, and I'm sure it would, it would not work for every application. It would probably break compatibility with some. So I think that's a discussion would be great to have. I just have a few more here, one more slide's worth. We have in Wine Staging patches for the NVIDIA libraries, which are CUDA and video encoding. And I do not know whether we want this upstream or frankly, if is keeping them out of upstream helping anything, or is this something that's going to be awful to maintain? I think this is something I'd like to get a decision on, either because either we maintain it upstream in Wine, or Wine Staging maintains it forever, or Wine Staging drops it and then probably somebody else will maintain these forever, because that sort of thing tends to happen when we don't allow for certain backends and things upstream at all. And maybe that's not, very productive thing to do, or and the last thing is sort of a general category of anything that touches X11 or the user32 or now Win32U code pretty regularly does not get upstreamed, and because the code seems to be very brittle. And this is a problem that's not specific to Wine Staging, but we have a lot of user32 patches in Wine Staging, and I think we really need to figure out a solution, some way to improve user32. If just to throw some things out there, if there's a huge impedance mismatch between Windows and X11, and even more between Windows and Mac, or whatever future Windows and Wayland, whatever future windowing systems get invented, and how are we going to deal with that? Is it acceptable to make really complex heuristics? Could we even, if it's a matter of fixing things for a certain application, is it better to add a hack for that application than to just never fix it at all, because it's impossible otherwise? It's questions to consider. I think in particular, one particular area of impedance mismatch I'd like to point out is focus handling. The focus model is very different, and while focus tends to work well for well-behaved Win32 applications, there are plenty out there that just completely break, and any attempts to fix them have been met with silence, presumably because it's really just not clear that this fix is not going to break something else. I think that the idea of having X11 conformance tests to help ensure that things don't get broken was brought up, and that would be that's something that I think would be a great idea. But I think this is just another reason I really think we should discuss that. Another area that I would like to point out specifically is keyboard layouts. It is possible for Win32 applications to change to read back and change the keyboard layout. There's been at least one attempt to map this to XKB API, which was, I don't remember the exact result, but it did not get upstream. So I think that's another another of these million open questions I'm posing. Do we want to support that feature? It can be convenient. It again, this will not match it very well, but I think that's something I'd like people to consider. I think that's all of the patches I have listed here now. These are some of the big, really hard patch sets that I think just to get people, and I'd like to get the ball rolling on these, or at least some of these, to get people thinking about how we can upstream them, or if we really, if there's a really good reason we don't want that, and maybe then they shouldn't be in wine staging either. Because, and especially because a lot of these, they touch very low level code, and they are not pleasant to rebase. And I don't think we want to have to rebase any one patch set forever. I think that's all I have right now prepared on wine staging. So I'll open up the floor for questions. And yeah. Yes, please. Oh, but not like that.
Yeah, is there any tracking of bugs with wine staging patch sets, or is that just what goes into fixing wine staging patch sets?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So one of the unfortunate things when we picked up this project from Michael and Sebastian is that many of the patches in wine staging were not documented. They were presumably written to fix a specific application, but often that application was not written down anywhere. And so we've had to go through some effort figuring out what a patch set fixes. And obviously it's a lot easier to get a patch upstream when, you can argue something needs it. Or patch, a new feature is often, well, why do we need to maintain this code in wine if nobody's using it, right? So we try to, so that is something we require for all new patches in wine staging. We really want that traceability. We want to have we require a WineHQ bug report, which, at least should say there is an application, I can attest to this, and ideally be around to, retest and confirm that an updated patch set will still fix it. Excuse me. I'm not sure how much that answers your question, but as part of the upstreaming process, I have not really tried to upstream things that I've tried to upstream things that either are obviously an improvement, like they fix a bug even if there's and they aren't making the code too much more complicated, or they have some application that is documented to depend on them. But there's a lot of others that I have languished in wine staging purely because we don't really know if there's a reason to put in the effort to get them upstream. I don't know how much that answers your question.
As far as I can tell, there's not really any list of things that are specifically broken with wine staging.
Oh, a list of things that are broken with wine staging. No, part of the problem is the effort it would take to improve a patch set is, it's review effort. You and you know that's part of the most time-consuming thing. You have to look at this patch and understand it first, and then figure out, you know, in what ways can it be improved, and then submit it upstream. In a sense, this is the self-review, although in most cases it's not, you know, ourselves patches. The patch authors are not part of the wine community anymore, or cannot be reached, I should say. So yeah, that is the difficult part. Yeah, I'm sorry. Are there other questions? Huw.
So do you know the intersection of staging patches with Proton? How many of those 600 patches are in? You may not know.
I don't know. Arik knows, and I have not looked at the wine staging patch, or excuse me, the Proton patch list in quite a while. So that's I'm really thankful for Arik's efforts. So now I can, yeah, now I can look at that.
Those patches you could
There is a sense that that is one of the nice things, is that there's some patches that, you know, we actually can have paid non-volunteers working on, which is great. We'd like more of those. So find more games that are fixed by wine staging patches. Yeah, exactly.
I think I've looked at it a few times through the Proton patches and the wine staging patches, and I haven't seen too much overlap. I think they are mostly separate.
Yeah. It would help, but there's still a lot. Part of the thing is that a lot of the patches in wine staging nowadays are not for games. Any other questions? Yes. Yeah, so the question is from Matthew of Lutris. How can we take patches from Lutris and get them into wine staging or wine? Yeah, either one, right? Right. I'm sure for someone who's not a technical developer, it's a lot easier to say put this in wine staging and let the developers notice it. Yeah. So we wine staging people don't spend time looking for patches. We will. I think Alistair and I both monitor the GitLab, you know, the patch submission lists, and also Bugzilla. So we'll probably notice a patch submitting there. The canonical way is to submit a bug on Bugzilla, because we need that anyway to track the patch, and then I attach or link to the patch there. But if you prefer something more formal, I think emailing us or telling us on IRC would also work.
Thank you, and thank you for doing a thankless job.
That's not a thankless anymore. Thank you, everyone.
sorry. So yeah, we're going to first talk about why I started working on Lutris. So I started like using Linux as a full-time operating system about 2005. At the time, there was not a lot of options to run games on Linux. One of those options was Play on Linux. So that was an option I've considered becoming a contributor to Play on Linux. The software architecture of Play on Linux didn't really fit what I wanted to do. I mean, it was Python. Lutris is also Python, but it was using WX widgets, which I wasn't really familiar with. And plus, it was a mixture of Bash and Python, which I wasn't a big fan of. And the most important thing is I didn't want Lutris to be a wine launcher. So Play on Linux was exclusively for Windows games. At that time, I mean, now things have a bit changed, but at that time, I wanted really to have native gaming above wine gaming. So wine gaming for the stuff that we couldn't have, but I wanted to have as much native as possible. That will change like over time, but so yeah, we started like having video games on Linux like around like 98, 99 with Loki. So that was like a really small studio, but they ported really some big games like Quake 3, Unreal Tournament. A lot of the big games like released in 99 had Linux ports. There was also Linux game publishing that would release a few ports. And then for a few years, we didn't get anything, like basically like nothing. During like 2000, like from the day like Loki stopped to around like 2010, there were like so few games. There were like Serious Sam 2, Prey, Enemy Territory, Quake Wars. I mean, those are the few I can think of. But other than that, there were really few native games back then. And then Humble Bundle came, and they had this Humble Indie Bundle where they said, you can have your game in your bundle, but you must have Windows, Linux, and Mac versions of your game, and they must be DRM free. And that changed a lot of the landscape of Linux gaming. And after that, like just a couple years after Humble Bundle, we got Steam on Linux. So that changed even more. That's where we started having like the big push for Linux gaming, like the Steam machines. And the Steam machines at first, they were also going for native Linux gaming. Like wine wasn't an option yet. There were some big publishers that got into making native games, like Warner Bros, like Warner Games, Square as well. But yeah, the problem is that it's hit or miss because like there's not a lot of Linux game developers. You have to maintain those builds. You have to make sure they run on every distro. So this proved to be a bit challenging. Like the Steam machines didn't work out. And on the same side, we have wine making a lot of progress. But yeah, back when I'm saying like 10 years ago, there was still, I mean, wine was very good for running some games, but still there was still a lot of issues that would appear. So I can think of like one of the biggest issue we had with gaming was with controller support. So I don't know if some of you remember, but in order to have like modern games be compatible with Xbox controller, you had to use stuff like Xbox GRV or what's it, dumb execute emu, or like even like the if you didn't have that, you would like the way Linux joysticks and Windows joysticks work, they're not really doing the same thing. So like the triggers on the back on Windows they have like 2 half axes, and on Linux you have each of one is 1 full axis. So you end up having your games where your character, like the camera is spinning around the character, and then you cannot do anything unless you press the trigger like midway, exactly midway, and then the camera stops spinning. I mean, then we needed to have these compatibility layers with Xbox DRV and all that stuff. Now that's all resolved. Window handling also was quite painful. Like you would have games that would crash when alt tabbing. You would have games that, I mean, some games still do that, but we now have the tools to work around this. Or run the game in a virtual desktop. I mean, that would handle like most of the windowing. That's not really a wine issue. That can be like a Mutter issue, a Kwin issue. Back then it would be like Compiz, even. There was a lot of, I mean, there's like so many windowing systems on Linux, and Wine has to support like all of them, and they're all doing like their own weird things. So back then, like the solution was to use the virtual desktop. Now we have stuff like GameScope, which makes the situation a lot better. Back then, we didn't have any support for DX11. DX12 didn't even exist back then. But yeah, for the longest time, we had like those DX11 games that we couldn't play at all on Linux. And at some points, before we had proper DX11 support on Linux, we would have sort of native ports that would use DX11 on Linux. I don't know if you remember like the BioShock Infinite ports. That was sort of a translation layer, kind of like Wine. It was like virtual programming, Eon like virtual programming. And that was before like DXVK, before any kind of support for DX11. And now thanks to Vulkan, that has changed like totally. One issue that we run a lot, were running a lot, and it was Wine Menu Builder, which in Lutris is not something we really want. I mean, we don't want to associate any file association with anything, and we don't even want to have the desktop shortcuts, because those will point to like some build of Wine somewhere on the system. But Lutris uses like other stuff like the Lutris runtime, which load libraries on to use Wine. So those desktop shortcuts wouldn't make sense in that case. Now we have Wine Menu Builder like disabled entirely from our builds. Async was an issue for some time, like getting users to know how to increase their file descriptors, because like all the Linux distros, they shipped with like a ridiculously slow, low number of file descriptors that you could use, and there was like pointing everyone to modify their their limits.conf, or like that was quite challenging. And now, I mean, I think pretty much every Linux distro ships with a reasonable amount of file descriptors, so that's also resolved. DRM used to be a much bigger issue as well. De Nouveau was a big issue for some time. Now I haven't heard of any issue about De Nouveau like in a really long time. Anti-cheats, the ones that are not kernel based, they're mostly okay. The only issue now is with the kernel anti-cheats, which we can't really, I mean, yeah, there's some things that can be done, but most likely the best solution is to get the publisher on board and say, okay, you just ship the native version of the anti-cheat and you're good to go. One of the difficulties, like with full Lutris, was to ship a Wine build that would work everywhere, because we didn't want to depend on like the distribution to ship like we wanted to have like, at first we wanted to have the really latest version of Wine, but then we wanted the latest version of Wine, but with a bunch of patches added to it. So at first we were using like the system Wine, and then we started using Wine staging, and that wasn't good enough for some stuff. We started integrating some patches that were very game specific, a lot of hacks for a lot of stuff that wasn't ready for inclusion in upstream. But it was like those patches were good enough for like I mean, they were proved to work, so we pushed them to the public. And if anything went wrong, I mean, we would get user feedback. So there were like no, I mean, still to this day we don't really do automated testing, but I mean, there's like so many Lutris users that if there's an issue with a build, we'll be notified like pretty quick, and we'll like make a patch release to fix this issue. So that's why we have like a bunch of smaller patch release for like Wine 7.2, for example. We have like a bunch of them. Like the really big changer has changed the whole game was the arrival of Proton. At first, I was really skeptical about the existence of Proton. When I first heard Valve is making a compatibility layer based on Wine to run Windows games on Linux, I couldn't believe it, because even though I was doing pretty much the same thing on with Lutris, I still, in my mind, it was still too hackish to push to the general public. But yeah, I wasn't expecting Valve to put so much resources into Wine, and not only Wine, because they fix Wine, but also they made some improvements to Mesa, to a lot of other projects that are not Wine related, but that's benefited the whole gaming ecosystem for everyone. So at first people were saying, oh, Proton is a thing, so is that going to kill Lutris? Is not now Lutris no longer a thing? No, it was never like a competitor, because Lutris was not only for Steam, but also like everything else. Steam is not the only game platform. Even if it's like the biggest game platform, there's a lot of other games. There's also games that are not on a game platform. There's like abandonware. There's like there's a whole variety of games that you could want to run that are not on Steam. So it was not really a competition. It was mostly a lot of help, because it's improved the quality of Wine and everything else like really greatly. Yeah, and this also enabled us to get rid of our Steam integration. We didn't have to worry about this. I don't know if you've tried to run the Steam client on Wine, but it's pretty horrible. It's very glitchy. You'll have the Steam client flashing and everything. Not a good experience. It hasn't been always like this, but as soon as we could like drop Wine Steam, that was like really good. And now if there are like maybe like 2 or 3 games that still need the Windows version of Steam, I think like maybe like modders, they can't always do. You can always load mods on Proton. So some people still use the Windows Steam client, but we just redirect them to the Steam page on Lutris, and there's an answer to install the Windows version of Steam. But not having to deal with Steam was like remove a lot of work from our parts, and that was like instead of being competition, it was like really, even if we didn't interact like between the both teams, yeah, it was a lot of help. And I think that Proton helped make Lutris what it is today. So yeah, now we have this world where most of what we have today on Linux is Wine based. So there's been a decrease in native ports. Some sometimes have native games, mostly from indie developers, developers that will use an engine like Unity. Unity is pretty easy to ship like multi-platform, so you'll have people build like Linux build for those, but you don't really see like AAA games released natively. I don't know what's the actual situation on Google Stadia. I don't think they were making actual native games. I think they had like some kind of translation layer that was specifically to run on Stadia servers. So that's why I never expected to see any benefit from Stadia, but now that Stadia is ended, like it kind of has proven that we didn't see any game that was released on Stadia that got a native release on the desktop as well. So that wasn't really helpful. But yeah, what Wine lets us do, let us focus on game preservation, which is like now that we have really good compatibility with pretty much like every game. Like now the norm is like you take the default Wine build that we have, you throw any game at it, and there's like a 95% that the game will work. Whereas like 10 years ago, that wasn't really the case at all. Like the amount of tweaks and tinkering that you need to get something running has really lowered a lot, which has enabled us to auto-generate like game installers from the Lutris client itself. So for example, if you connect your GOG account and you install GOG games, you don't need to have like a Lutris installer on the website to get those. Lutris will just figure out an installer that will just install the game with the defaults and get it installed in Lutris, and most of the time this will work without any tinkering. So yeah, the focus on preservation, I mean, it's not like historic preservation like you would see in a museum. It's more about making games available for everyone. So it's more about playability than actually like preserving like the objects, like old computers and stuff like this, because a lot of the game preservation or software preservation or like hardware preservation is really trying to stick as close to the original as possible. Lutris is not about that. It's having the best experience possible on a modern system for games that are either old or new. So it's it's like preservation, but it's more about keeping games alive rather than having them as an artifact of the past, you know. Yeah, and I was saying like, native games, as sad as this makes me, I don't believe it's the solution anymore. So I was saying, when I started Lutris, it was native first, and we tried to push native as much as we could. And we quickly realized that over time, stuff would break. So if you install like your old games from Humble Bundle, you'll realize that a bunch of them are broken and you cannot play them. So the solution, and most of the time, is just to install the Windows version, and then you'll have no problem. The thing with Wine, it supports Windows 95 to Windows 11. Like you can, it's not really running like Windows 95, but it emulates like the APIs of Windows 95. There's no such thing in Linux. If we had something like that, if we had something like say, okay, run this executable in this Debian 4 environment with like GTK1 and stuff like this, then it would be easier to get like old Loki games running. But that's sadly not the case. So, and also those native Linux ports get very little maintenance after they get ported. So usually the port is like a contracting job by, like, for example, Flibility GBIBO or Eculus, like for the most well-known porters. But even those ports, which are often really good on release, they tend to age very poorly. And we've seen that with like Proton, where Valve would certify games that had a native release. They would say, "Oh, just play the Proton version because that will run with much less issues than the Linux version." So yeah, now that we have, like, Lutris has started like in 2009. It's been a while, and now we really feel that we've made a huge amount of progress. I'm overwhelmed by the number of games that are now playable. And during the process, I was buying a lot of games so I could test them. Now I'm left with too many games to play. I cannot get like through everything, but that's a good thing. But still, there's probably something we can improve in Lutris. For example, I would like to have some kind of rating system that's closer to what Steam Deck Verified does, as opposed to what WineHQ does, which had the metal rating. So I want to have a system that says, does a game work, yes or no? And that's the truth, that the game has been verified to work on some test systems, and we can assure that a game works. If for some reason a user has this game and it doesn't work, then we can investigate what's the reason for this not working. It's also a way, because sometimes a game will work, but there will be some quirks with a game. I want also to list those. So if you look at the Steam verified ratings, you see sometimes a game is playable, but it has a bunch of issues that are related to the game. Most of these are specific to the Steam Deck, but I'd like to have something that's more broad and applicable to desktop gaming. Also, I'd like to have, so I was talking about the automatic installers in Lutris. There's a way to leverage those ratings, this metadata that we would attach to ratings, to make the installer do the correct thing by default without having people maintain a script. So it's basically Lutris building the script itself from metadata. It does. Of course, this won't solve all edge cases. So that's why the scripting system will still be around, but that's really to when you have like more complex scenarios where you have to download a bunch of files, when you have to apply patches and stuff like this. This will still be possible, but for the most part, like all games that don't need like any tinkering, but still need some components. Like for example, you might have a game that requires .NET. Then we just need to say, this game works, but it uses .NET, or this game works, but it doesn't work with async, so async has to be disabled. And from there, you don't have to maintain the scripts. Lutris will get this information and do the correct thing.
I think it might be really nice to have some good amount of time for questions and answers.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost done, so yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I would like, I just want to, we're getting a little tight.
Yeah. Yeah, and also that would be a good way to track regressions. And if I can also add to those quirks like links to bugs in WineHQ, that would be really nice as well. So we can like auto close them, like when, or get rid of the quirk when the wine bug is closed. Also, yeah, I mean, I would like a way to have some kind of Steam input-like configuration, cloud saves, and also have like bring back support for tinkering with Steam games, because we kind of dropped that with when we stopped doing WineSteam. But now I would maybe have some kind of, I would like to have some kind of Proton tricks integration or something like this. GitLab CI. I mean, I've heard like that's now we won't need to use. I mean, the current build system is kind of cumbersome, but with like the Windows on Win64. That's going to simplify a lot of things. So we're probably going to be able to ship a lot of builds a lot faster. And yeah, once that's done, I mean, we'll be ready to ship 1.0. So yeah, now if you have any questions, yeah, I'll take them.
Like, who are your users? Is it all Linux users? Is it?
I mean, it's a Linux exclusive, so yeah, it's a lot of users are new Linux users. Yes, a lot of people have told me that it's been really useful for them when they started their Linux journey, because it helped them simplify the installation of games. That was the goal from the start. I mean, I've never targeted power users because I knew, I mean, Lutris has never been really popular with power users because they like to tinker, they like to do everything themselves. So I wanted to have something for people who are not power users or who don't have the technical knowledge to make games work and who don't want to go through those tinkering steps. Yep. Yeah, and also, yeah, we still recommend to this day to like ship to install like, the system wine because we need those dependencies. We have the Lutris runtime, which is a set of libraries like the Steam runtime has. But we don't ship everything because if we ship like every library that we can think of, then things will break on some distros. Most likely Arch, but yeah, it can be another distro.
Thank you.
I've just seen most people here are well behaved, no one here has been an issue, but occasionally on WineBugzilla, IRC, other places, some people can get a little aggressive towards new users, is what I often most see. And while I expect most people to behave professionally, not everyone knows what professional is or has different ideas. And I know a lot of projects have pre-made code of conducts. For instance, the conference we're at has X.Org's code of conduct listed on the website that everyone's expected to behave in certain ways. So there's several of these out there. SFC has one, GNOME has one, X.Org has one. And I'd just like to propose, I'll do the research for that matter, if we take one of these code of conducts and start using it for wine so that we have a rule book to fall back to if we need to say, hey, stop being a jackass, is really what I'm getting at. So I brought this up in a private email thread between a couple of people about a year ago, 2 years ago. We realized it was probably something to talk about at WineConf and then send a wine develop for the rest of the people. So essentially, I just want to make sure, does anyone have a problem with me proposing a code of conduct to the larger community? No? Cool. Then I'll take care of it from there. Thank you.